Good evening. Stream number 2. Ah. Alright. Oh, thank you, Ikari, for the 19 months. What's in the game so far? It's a good game. Bit buggy, but it's manageable. Oh, it's fucking cold outside, man. Jesus. I thought winter wasn't starting until like January or something. Alright. You've had snow for a week, but you're from Norway, no? I imagine Norway's like Finland. Just everywhere you look is snow. Snow and trees. Have I been here? Or is this like a different poppy field? Oh, I have been here, but it's still not marked. That's strange. Yeah, okay. Good evening to you too. The game is a buggy mess, yeah, but it's still super fun. Huh, I actually checked that house before, but I never found the stash. Oh my god, what is this? Oh, I used the wrong thing. Oh nice, -1 damage.
Що ж таке? Все з рук валиться. Льош, ну ти хоч допоміг.
Ніна, ну куди цілий сервіс? Він же поб'ється.
Так вкрадуть.
What the fuck? Where is it?
В погріб, дико.
What? Where the fuck did the game put me? Okay, I think it's outside. It's definitely not outside. Oh, it's there, it's it. Oh, how do I get there? How do I get there? Wait for patches? Yeah, I mean, if you want to wait for it, it's all good, man. It's probably for the better, honestly. Me, I don't care so much. Like, I've played through so many games in my life already. I can tank a few bugs. And one notable thing about bugs is also if the game... Oh wow, another armor. If the game has a good quick save, it can be so easily forgiven on so many different parts. Like, if you can just skip by a bug by just quick loading real quick, it's so much easier to forgive than a game that does not have this. I think that's even why games like Elder Scrolls manage to survive despite being a complete fucking bug fest all the way through. Like, if those games only had autosaves and checkpoints, they would have fucking failed on the second game they ever made or some shit, man. There's no way people want to replay those sections they've replayed 100 times just because the game crashed or an NPC didn't move or something. Fuck, oh, again? How many of these fuck... I'm running, dude, there's no way. How many have I killed? Oh, and then I run into fucking Russians here or Canadians? What is this? Oh, fuck! Wait, they're shooting the bloodsucker. Oh, granata, блядь! They're fighting it. They're fighting it. Yo, we take those. If I don't have to fight it, I'm happy. I already killed so many of those already. Get the armor above the big circle thing? You mean if you mean the lightning, I got it, yeah. It turns out it was below. It wasn't on top of the fucking things where I went. Did they get it? I think they got it. Oh my god, I think I died. Or? No, still not. He shot his own friend in the back! With his fucking pump shotgun or whatever that is. Yo, what the fuck Olympic toss is that? Chill. Holy, on the spot I was standing. The same frame. I guess the thing is dead. It's definitely not dead. Wait. Fuck! Oh my god, it's so hard to aim. How did I knife the first time I killed one of these? I just knifed it to death. What the fuck did I do? Fucking bitch. He was all, oh my god. That squad almost killed him. That's so close actually. Just like in London. Oh, it's your dog? What a name. Oh. We're not taking that one. Do I have the starting armor? No, this is the third armor already. The starting armor, bandit armor, and then debut armor. I'm using debut right now. Jesus, that ground that was spicy. Is ask for Stalker to a PoE 2? For PoE 2. I'm not paid at all for playing this game. Not by the Stalker publisher anyway. Only for my own stream. There's way too many of these invisible fuckers. What are you supposed to do in the game? You have a quest basically. Like you see, you have a journal here. And a side quest and main quest. I'm doing all the side quests first right now. I just want to like enjoy the full experience of the whole game. So I'm taking it slow and steady. Huh. What? I thought I was eating bread.
Відійди, Stalker. Не втручайся. Я незрозуміло сказав. Швидко відійшов, бо я відкриваю вогонь на ураження. Давай, переводь же купон. Думаєш, мені зайнятися нічим возитися тут з тобою? Перевів. От і молодець. Лови давай.
Alright, good talk.
Кровопивці в погонах. Ну якого лисого мене сюди ноги поперли? Кровопивці в погонах.
Oh. The fucking bridge trolls here. Extorting people that walk by. Or what?
Тобі теж купони кишеню жмуть? Ні? Ну так тупай.
Is he gonna shoot if I go close? Oh my god, this. Holy dude. Who are these guys even? Northern checkpoint.
Висуваюся на позицію! Прикривай!
Блядь! Oh fuck yeah.
Кровопивці в погонах. Ну якого лисого мене сюди ноги поперли?
Impression so far? Buggy game, and probably has potential to be game of the year, but not this year.
Тобі теж купони кишеню жмуть? Ні? Ну так тупай!
But I'm a big sucker in general for open world
Вирішав!
shooter RPG type games. Yo, what the fuck you made of? It fucking jammed. My fucking weapon jammed. Bro! Really?
Кровопивці в погонах.
Alright, dude.
Спробуй дістати.
Ціль виявлено! Працюємо!
Yo, chill, brother.
Лови гостинця. Твою ж.
Jammed! What the fuck are these weapons? Look at that bullet, it's actually just jammed in there! Oh fuck! Oh, granata. Oh my god. Oh my god, how are grenades balanced? I don't even understand. How does a bullet get jammed like that?
Ай! Боляться! Допоможіть!
Oi, he's not dead.
Пробуй дістати!
Oh, I can heal him. Oh my god, the aim punch is too much. Oh fuck! I don't think he's alive anymore. I just got a feeling. He died in quotation marks. It's actually like impossible to fire back when they're firing at you. Because the bullets, whenever they hit you, they just send your aim to the fucking sky. It's realistic? I don't know, man. I've never been aim punched before in real life. Hopefully I never will be too. Where the fuck did he shoot from? Oh, there. Fucking gun! Shit gun, dude! Yo, relax on the fucking wall hack. I wasn't even in vision yet. Oh, that's the last one, I think. Okay, let's start by looting this poor schmuck. Hey, these are worth a lot, no? Oh, but not when they're broken. 4K, but I think they won't even accept them at all if they're red. Where's your gun? Where is your gun? Oh. Reload maybe get you loot? Nah. I'm not gonna reload my choices. If you reload every single thing you think it's gonna be a mistake, well, from choices that you make deliberately, then you never write a story, man. You're just gonna be some cock who's afraid to make mistakes for the rest of your life. I accept what comes and I move forward. Oh, he's on top. Must be good condition or something, no? Why would it be here on the shelf like that? Which one is mine? Okay, yeah, I had the broken one. Okay, nice. Ah, it sure is broken sometimes! Did I unload the other gun? No, I didn't. I got it now. PTM, new pistol, and a high something capacity magazine or something. Damage a little bit over 1 bar. This one a little bit over 1 bar. Why is it just straight up worse? Only for the PTM. Maybe that's different upgrades. Wouldn't make sense otherwise for one gun just to be so much worse. Yo, Stevie, are you home yet? And it's a story game, yeah. Is this ammo? Back home? Good shit. Must have been a long flight. I fucking hate long flights. How do you know which box you can break for loot? I don't know. That's why you see me knifing like every second box I see. But for sure the ones with like the bullet icon and the medic icon on top of them, you can loot. And sometimes the brown crates also are they're destructible. Oh, is it a quest area or something? Looks like it though. Yeah, I guess it's a quest only. Or maybe food the water. I think the water is spicy. Yeah, I think the water is really fucking spicy. I guess I could this in for the 59. Have I tried the relaunch of the world? No, I haven't. I haven't even looked at it. And Energetic, thank you for the 4, man. It's called main quest, I guess. Where is it? All the way down there. Kinda wanna do this path too. I had some side quests too, no? I heard a pig. Let's go to the stash. I don't think I can go to that stash. It's in that, like that checkpoint looking area. But the door is locked, so I think it's like a quest that it's gonna send me forward at some point. It's a shit point about exploration in this game. Never know what parts are locked behind quests and which aren't. These are war fucking dick, man. Someone carry this shit. Open world game problem? Kinda, but I think they can also mark them. Just for like gameplay's sake, they could be like, you know. This type of door is only unlockable by quests, and that's it. Like sure, it's gonna ruin immersion a little bit, but I think it's better than having players running around like a fucking blind chicken, headless chicken, looking for something that doesn't exist. Oh, I'm in base. Where's the vendor? The game is technically Stalker 4, yeah. Well, I have a lot of spare stuff. I feel like this stash will never be used and it's gonna be saved for Stalker 5. It is what it is. Where the hell's the door?
От раніше були артефакти.
It's a picture I got for the guy. Oh, that's the grave. Oh, well. It's not like dead people need medkits. The fuck was that sound? It's like a woman humming. Shit! Oh my god. Is even anything here? Oh. Big stash. Huge fucking stash! Oh, that was the stash I was looking for. Huh. I didn't even realize I was here already. Still haven't found a whirlwind artifact. But it's from these things. Need to find like a zone with a lot of these things, I guess. Pays good too, 4.5k to find it. Oh, is it the helicopter? Yeah, there's a stash there. What happens if you go forward? Oh fuck. It teleports you out. Jesus. The artifact location not marked on the map now. But some of the zones are. So if I find like a whirlwind zone, then well, that's where I need to be. Oh yo, is that a fully repaired one? %. Let's fucking go. Okay, next. Another stash here by the post office. Man, they scared me. This game like Tarkov? No, not really. It's above. Let's see how they go up. On the outside. Oh, there we go. Very small stash. Congratulations, asshole! You found my stash. Hope you choke on it. That seems so salty. Dogs. Where are they? Oh, oh my god. You cannot unbind the F1 F2 thingy, man. It's this console game thing. They want people to hold in the fucking button before you can use the secondary item. You see that? That's why I put both medical things on F1 and F2 just on the press. Because before I had the delayed button press for the fucking bandage, which is a disaster in fights. I can't have that 3-second delay in the middle of combat. Especially with how OP healing is in this game. So silly, like this is riddle you with bullets and you just can't go like, nah, bandage time. People complain about the game being hard, what do I think? I think the game is medium to easy difficulty mostly. Sounds like skill issue. So average FPS? I don't know, I don't have a counter on. Oh god, swamp water is spicy. Yeah, I got it. But yeah, it's definitely not a like super difficult game. It's punishing though if you try to brute force things without preparing for them. That's probably the thing that gets a lot of people. They don't understand that the game doesn't just hold your hand like a theme park to guide you around so you can see everything. You actually need to bring your own heals and bullets and the proper weapons and everything if you want to succeed. Oh, I came from here. I mean, you can see me play, right? Like, the only thing that's really killing me at all is those fucking invis piece of shits. And sometimes when I run into 5 people at once like an idiot. But no matter what, it's my own fault and there's always an option to play around it. And second thing to note is that these games are always the most difficult at the beginning. And they only get easier as you progress because your gear just gets so much better than whatever enemies they throw at you. I'm playing on vet, yeah. The first thing I noticed immediately was like, wow, the dudes don't insta-kill you. What the fuck is this, dude? You know, I came off playing the Call of Duty campaign, right? Where the AI just one-taps you the moment you peek. And here you can actually tank quite a few shots and they also miss. Oh my god, another invis guy. Oh my god! What the fuck is this? I should have naded it. I still can. Oh my god. I wasn't sure if it was like an enemy or not, you know? It kind of looked like it could have been just cinematic. It's hard to say. They're still fighting that Bloodsucker, huh? It's been so long already. Well, some of those bullets are kind of landing next to me. How is this game a AAA? I'm not even sure if it's AAA. Oh my god, it won? The fucking... Did I get it? Did it die? Oh, it died. Oh my god. Ah, you fucking... They almost won. Wherever it was even. I didn't even see what fought them. Corpse here somewhere. I don't even care whether the game is AAA or AA or whatever indie. For me, a big part about games is when they have a very distinct vision of how they want their game to be, instead of being this AAA fucking checkmark games. Like this game really obviously wanted to be a Stalker game, just like its prequels. You can feel it for the atmosphere, the way guns handle, the way NPCs exist, and the story how it's played. It's not like, oh, our game needs puzzles everywhere. Our game needs a cutscene sequence. It needs an NPC who does a fucking smirk as he runs off fighting bad guys. They don't give a fuck about any of these things. They just made their own game on how they thought a game would be cool. Does this game have pronouns? It does, dude. One is called fuck and the other is called you. And apparently the third one is me. Hit already, you cock! Hit! I feel like my whole game is fighting these fucking invisible cocks for 10 years each. Because they never fucking die in time. What? What the fuck is this? Of course the Bloodsucker is still chasing me. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a fucking disaster. I need to kill I need to kill those fucks. Is he still chasing me? Oh, it's fighting them now. I think. I also thought there were way too many bloodsuckers in the starting zone. I swear, these guys used to be like a boss event in the other games. You'd walk into like a super long corridor with nothing happening. And then they'd show like one of these guys and be like, oh shit, he's a big bad. Here's like a fucking cliff racer. They got him? Oh, they're not even bad guys. They just shot me. You mind? What's a cliff raiser? Oh fuck, man, this guy never played Morrowind. It's a piece of shit mob that spawns every 5 meters in Morrowind. It flies and then attacks you. And every time combat music just starts playing out of nowhere, it's always a cliff raiser. Oh, that's what burned me earlier. Oh, fucking hell. Did I kill that guy for nothing? Yeah, I barely even killed him. Oh, wait, is this place? I've been here already. I, in fact, cleared a bloodsucker here earlier. Looks like I got all the stashes on this side. I can go all the way down to... Curiosity killed the cat. Well, I'm not a cat, so I guess I can't die. Mod crabs aren't so bad in Skyrim because you can outrun those. You can't outrun a fucking cliff racer. The faster the flying. I don't know if mobs respawn.
Що хотів? Раз уже зустрілися, може треба ж. Чув, як кажуть, зона вже не та. Наче хтось знає, яка вона та. Хто взагалі знає істинну сутність зони, її нутро? Щасти.
Effective wait for the 90 months and grandpa pampers. Figure 21, man. I don't think you can play this game on controller, man. It's way too much. I think you're gonna get so frustrated that your aim will not be where it wants to be on every single fight. Because you really need like 360 aim in this. You're not just looking forward, you're constantly getting ambushed and there's so many things that flank you. Oh my god. So many things that flank you and shit. Gotta move quick. Keyboard do I have? I have like one of the old HyperX ones. What does it say? Suka bled? I don't care so much about keyboards in general. If the... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. If the button press feels nice, it's good enough for me. It doesn't have to be anything specific. Oh my god, what the fuck, dude? They know? No, they don't know. They don't know shit. They just flanked a little bit. Oh my god, he got me in time. Oh, another one? Oh, why couldn't I run? Oh, what the fuck, dude? How is pig stronger than bloodsuckers? The bloodsuckers can't hit next to them. These guys' area is insane. I would really like an XP system in this game. So it feels nicer to kill everything on the map. And humans in the game. Oh. Empty like my life. There is character progression, but it's not from XP. This game you progress through finding new weapons, upgrading weapons, and upgrading your armor, and then eventually getting extra artifacts, but I'm not sure what the artifact slots are tied to. Probably like armor ranks or something like that. Oh, I just came from here. Seeing nothing here or what? Levitating silo? They call this levitating? Let's mark the thing. Oh yeah, it could be story lock too, you're right. Mayhaps. Well, right now I only have one artifact slot. Well, I felt like that was the solution. What? This kicks me off. Okay. Cool. That's where you start the first game? I don't remember at all. I don't remember any of these places. I'm surprised you remember. Random ass dog. Oh, only that truck is spicy. That was with light already? Oh, Jesus. I hear rats. It's also just straight up worse. Much heavier too. It's more accurate, I guess. I'm sending it. 2.5k. It's not too heavy. Feels like it was too easy. Do you have an OLED? No, I don't think so. We're not on the sphere yet, no. I'm just exploring everything. Don't like rushing these kind of games. I just want to take it slow and steady. It's the way that's still green, but it's not looking super good. I don't know when I'm doing the PoE puzzle. I think I'll finish this game first and then do it. Or before PoE 2 comes out. Why did I even try, dude? To save one fucking bullet for what? Oh, holy dude, chill. The knife is really bad in this game. It has like no range. Whoa, 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 that's not friendly. The hell is this place? My aim doesn't seem comfortable? Oh, dude, you have no idea, man. This game's aim is fucking insane. Because there's a crazy amount of weapon sway, crazy amount of recoil, and every time you get shot at, your fucking aim hits the sky. It's not normal aiming in this game. The weapon sway especially is the worst one of all. in Stalker 1? I don't remember. But yeah, it's also a weapon thing. I think once you get like weapons that don't have one bar and everything, look at these weapons for example. Or this one, I guess. Like all these fucking one bar things, man. Actually, does weapon sway never get better? Oh no, dude. He does not get steady arms in this game? One bullet jam! You see how far that aim goes up? Like, I'm not even moving my mouse right now. Look at that shit. Just gotta flick and shoot like instantly so it doesn't have time to move. It's natural breathing? Motherfucker, it's a video game. Oh, just hold breath for scope weapons like this one, it's fine. But for like iron sights pistols, for example, you don't have shit. Or like the SMG or whatever, you know? I always hate the realism arguments. Because when you argue about realism, why am I just fucking bandaging bullet shots? Why am I medkitting after someone pumps 4 shotgun shells in my fucking face? Why are these guys just standing there after one of their teammates died? They go up or what? I think if I run up, I'm gonna die in the fucking fields. Fuck it. I'm running up. Holy fuck, shooting when you're shot at is not a thing. Jesus. Oh my god, I'm out of breath. It's like a little mini game controlling the weapon sway while shooting. Why are they so tanky? Because the game is realistic, dude. Did you not listen? That's why there's weapon sway, that's why you can hold your breath, and that's why humans can tank 4 fucking headshots. Oh my god. I can only hold my breath for like what, 2 seconds? chill, man. Oh my god. I think it gets extra bad after you run out of breath. Well, he's sitting there in that corner. Am I saving a grenade for Stalker 3? How am I throwing a grenade here, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, fuck. I got fucking ambushed. Holy. Where the fuck did they even come from? Jesus! Weirdly enough, they don't run out and try to kill me. I think they're just looking for me or something. Oh my god, I can't shoot it. Oh boy. They're gonna come from the right soon. Does that thing not explode? Oh fuck.
Ти десь поряд. Мене поранено! Потрібна допомога! Потрібне укриття. Прикрий.
Виконаний перетин периметра заборонений. Бік порушників. Ведеться вогонь на ураження.
Shit.
Перетинати периметр суворо заборонено.
Висувається на позицію.
Якщо вас спіймали всередині периметра,
You throw the grenade?
мають право стріляти на ураження.
Oh my god. I hate that fence.
Увага!
Did I get him? No, right? Pretty sure I missed.
Екологічного лиха. Перетинати периметр суворо заборонено. Якщо вас упіймали всередині периметра, не чиніть опір. Патрулі мають право стріляти на ураження.
Man, the gear shit. I was hoping for something better than usual since his base looked
Увага! Ви
different.
перебуваєте біля охоронюваного периметра зони екологічного лиха. Перетинати периметр суворо.
I'm not playing Liar's Bar today, no. No Call of Duty? It's nowhere near Call of Duty, dudes. Furthest thing apart, I think.
Проникнення в зону відчуження. Злочин. Сталкери. Не ведися на легкі гроші. Не ризикуй своїм життям та волю. Навіть якщо сьогодні ти повернувся з зони. Можеш ти повернутися.
My gun is breaking slowly. Like the sniper gun I have.
Не ризикуй життям. Не перетинай периметр.
It jammed though. What? It was jammed. That last shot I fired. Fucking hell. This fucking gun.
Будь-яка спроба проникнення на охоронювану територію буде зупинятися
So what is this place?
всіма доступними засобами.
Oh, they're all fucking dead at least.
Увага! Ви перебуваєте біля охоронюваного периметра зони екологічного лиха. Перетинати периметр суворо заборонено.
Я знаю, ти десь поряд.
How the fuck did he see me already? Oh my god. The fuck is he throwing grenades to? Oh my god, oh my god, no, 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 no. Those guys look fucking badass, no? Look at those guns! Oh my god, I'm out of breath. Are they even shooting me? I do want like a strong single shot weapon. Sounds really nice for a game like this. I hate this gun so fucking much. I think I also got stuck in a faction fight, for sure, man. When that guy started throwing grenades to the other side of the battlefield, I was like, huh, that's kind of weird. Must have been to this guy's faction or something. Yo. I don't know what kind of gun this is, but it's mine now. Really low damage per shot. But I think this gun is straight up breaking, man. Ah, fuck, man. I hate iron sights. I need the best scope. I think I saw a reflex sight in the trader. Even though the weapon damage is lower, it feels like it's better. Is there just an infinite amount of men here or what? Fuck it, let's loot this shit and get out. Holy, big loot. I'm getting the fuck out. I think it's infinite respawn here. And then super fast respawn too. Saving here. Is that a guy or not? No, it's the back of a tank. Get the fuck out of here. I hope these guys weren't important for quests or something. I kind of wiped them all out. I was just exploring randomly too. They just shot me first. Not seeing snipers. I don't even think I can get up there. And look at where their location is, where they're standing. Okay, let's go base first, sell shit, and then go to the sphere. I think this weapon kind of sucks because they don't drop the ammo type for this. I have to find it. I have a lot of it in the stash, yeah. So I should be fine for a while. But I think at some point I'm gonna need to switch to something else. Or the map dimensions? I can show you, man. This is the starter zone. And this is the whole fucking map. It is huge. Thank you, bucket number for the 17 rain, Fang with 115, Tetrametal Fang with 69, nice, Lord Skyline Fang with 60. I should probably look forward as I walk. Fuck man, I can't even read chat in peace in this game. I have to pay attention just walking on the roads. Well, the Red Bulls are so shit. They give me stamina for like 4 seconds. I don't think I'm playing after PvE Showcase, no. I'll sleep and then play in the morning again. Why is this bolt so funny? Imagine seeing that shit in real life. I would. That invisible sphere is an anomaly. When you step into it, bad shit happens to you. My favorite customer.
Для тебе найкращі ціни. Зоною клянусь.
Oh jeez, I don't know if I should sell this gun or not. Like the gun's not even that good, right? It's just kind of average. Well, I should just use all consumables as I find them. They're actually worth so little. I guess I don't need this flash drive anymore. You can't detach the scope. I tried it. It's a bit of a shame. AKM 74. Oh, for the SMG. So just buy both, fuck it. I don't actually think I'm gonna buy much in terms of items in this game, except for weapon attachments anyway.
Заглядай. Притримаю для тебе.
Oh, what's my current gun called? The new one. Yeah, I think repairs are gonna be really expensive. It's gonna be like the main thing. AR 416. Let me check. Oh, you can't pull out weapon here. Fuck. I don't think buying upgrades is worth it unless they don't sell them at all. Oh, it's not this gun. Yo, let's fucking go. Oh, I can play the game. But I thought I bought a scope for this one too. Where is it? Wasn't Viper 5 one of the possible things? Oh no, it's the same one as this one. Okay, it's fine. I think there is fast travel in this game, guys. It's the guide guy, perhaps. Someone in my chat said it earlier. Maybe that one will later just let you travel between the zones you have already explored. And hopefully this stash is shared between all bases. Like, I really think it's a mistake from this devs if they didn't do it. I always think quality of life should be above fucking bullshit as realism. $556. How much weight is this? 28 already. Oh, it's not this one. What color is that box? Blue. Oh, I don't have that many for that one. 556? I could put it like that too. Fits PTM? It doesn't say there's a PTM, but apparently it is. Oh, it does in the description. Oh, it's my PTM. No wonder. There's no way I'm buying bullets. It's way too expensive. I think I just used that gun sparingly. Oh, fuck. I stored the wrong bullet type. I need the red ones. And I really don't need this. Oh, these are the armor piercing type. Guess use all of these first. I could have sworn I saw Viper 5 on this one. Yeah, is this not Viper 5? What the fucking scam is this? Do I have to fix it first or something? Upgrade the weapon? Maybe, yeah, maybe here?
Ну, хоч хтось пристойний. Радий бачити. Для тебе зроблю
Let's see.
якнайкраще.
It's very unclear about it in the game. Condition too low. Repair. Oh, it's kind of cheap to repair. Scope mounts. For 1k. Accuracy bonus on this. Is it a choice? Or can I get everything? Did I get it? Oh, I locked me out of this one. Oh, I see, I see.
Щасти там.
Sick. The UI is pretty bad on that one. It's very unclear in general. Compared to 8K, it's not happening, dudes. It is not happening. The repair for the AK was 4K at 60%. Now it's at like 20%. There's no fucking way I'm repairing that shit. Oh, it's... Never found the other artifacts. My quests are slowly sending me off the beginner zone. The map is huge in this game, yeah. Jeez, I wonder what I'm supposed to do with that thing. Besides just tanking it. Or maybe it really is just a stay the fuck away kind of thing. Save and touch it? Ah, that is so tempting actually. I'm doing it. Fuck it. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. My move speed in the water is very low, so I need like a clear path. Let's see. No, there isn't really like a proper path. Maybe if I hop on those stones. Okay, I'm trying from the stones there. Saving. Saving again. Next pump. Okay, next one. I need this thing out. Well, now you know. I think it's a stay the fuck away zone and that's it. Oh. Hmm? Oh, that's the thing. Wait, what? It's marked? Maybe there's a trick to it. There's obstacles. What if I go behind them? Maybe quests? Yeah, maybe quests too. I don't know. Let me try this first though. Like if I go like this. It doesn't do damage. Oh, okay. Well, let's see. I'm guessing there must be loot here somewhere. No, 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 no. Okay, it starts sucking way before the fucking sound does. But my god, what a suck. I would... I'm gonna run by the car. Might be deaf. Oh shit, dude. Oh shit, what the fuck? Huh? Yo! Oh, no, 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 no! There's something there. I don't care what anyone says. I'm putting my PP in it. And you'd be crazy not to yourself. Shit, is this safe? Oh, 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 no, 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 no. It's fucking. It starts sucking so early, man. Which path did I take last time? I think it was from the other side, wasn't it? Oh my god, that just got fully hit. No, 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 no! Oh, 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 oh. It's okay, just bandage gravity damage. Quick saving here. Sprinting. I got something. Weird ball. Fuck is this? Huh? The fuck is that? I risk my life for this shit? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, Jesus. No, 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 back, back. Oh, I thought it was safe. I thought it was safe. Oh my god. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Bitch. It's a Soviet children's ball. Every Soviet kid had that one? Why the fuck is it here? I wonder if it's just an achievement kind of thing. I risk my life for what? It's not an artifact you equip, no. Well, at least I don't think it was. Where is it? It's worth 14k. One of the legendary altered items often mentioned in hushed tones by stalkers around the campfire. It seems to reduce bullet damage in combat, especially when standing still. It's not the kind of game where you run and shoot anyway, so it sounds really good. My damage or their damage? I'm gonna assume damage taken for me. It'd be fucking stupid if they took reduced damage for me standing still.
Що так довго? Я вже думав спалить. Як знав, що не треба було ті аптечки наліво спихати. Ти від Зотова?
Від нього.
Чудово. Не знаю, нахера тобі на сферу, але давай тільки без шуму. Якщо спалять, пристрелять на хрінному місці.
What? Oh, it's bugged. I thought it was a cutscene, it's auto running forward. These guys aren't friends! How am I liking the voiceover? It's pretty nice. No complaints. I need to ADS. That fucking, like the fourth shot or whatever, that is not normal how that missed. Because my crosshair was right on top of his fucking head. Patrol can't patrol anyone if I kill all the people he walks by. Although... Fuck. Oh, it's fucked, it's fucked, it's fucked, it's fucked, it's fucked, it's fucked, it's completely fucked. Oh my god, it's fucked. That guy had the loudest fucking death screen I've ever heard in a video game. Is there no other path? It's just this one here. Oh, jeez. You can't shoot these sights. It's always like that with realistic shooters. They try to make all the sights cover as much of your screen as possible so you can only see what's ahead of you. It's realistic with some shit. I'm stuck. I don't think the AI cares about darkness in this game. And they also don't care about getting shot in the fucking head, apparently. Kind of miss having the scoped gun, the proper one. Oh, he's not aggled. That's why.
Прочесати периметр.
Jesus. Is that not a guy? Oh, it was. It is a guy. Man, this gun just doesn't work on this range, I think. I need to be like in their fucking face with it. Kinda wish I went on with the stealth kills. Oh fuck. Is my head not sticking out here? Can't see anything? Yeah, they're really hard to see. Oh, he's down. Ah, thank fuck all that. Can execute the last guy too. I'm low on bullets. Just gotta find like a yellow AK. There's one corpse bugged out here, isn't he? Fell for the ground, maybe. Not sure. I'm not doing great on ammo. They're not dropping the SMG ammo, sadly. I'm gonna kill everyone I see. They're attacking me, man. I'm innocent. I'm more of a peace and love kind of guy. If they choose to shoot me, what can I do but shoot them back? The hell just happened? Oh, ammo boxes. Wait, I've looted these. Oh, yeah, of course I've been here. But now I'm here for the quest, so I guess... yeah, this door was locked. Come to think of, all those dudes respawn too then, huh? Wait, what? There's a assassinate animation? How is that one trigger? Oh, I guess you just have to be even closer. I was never close enough for the other. I thought it was weird that you have to like slice him twice with a heavy attack from behind. It just looks so weird, you know? Made no sense at all. What are these? Is this bait? It wasn't. I thought it was gonna be a guy on the left and right. Oh my god, the guy right there. Jesus Christ, it was hard to see. I guess we go right side room first. Look, you see that? There's a guy right there. And there's a guy right here too, apparently. Game is huge, it seems. Sure it does, man. I can't tell if he's facing this way or not. Oh no, he's facing the other way. Okay. There's two. What? This looks like he died of cringe, man. Oh fuck. His main path, I guess. Check here first. Oh shit! We need stuff! What kind of ammo there? I mean, I picked up one of the guns, and this gun, I already picked up like 100 something shots from it. Oh, my weapon got stolen. Story moment?
Ей, бидло, пушку кинув? Хто ти, бля, такий?
Кому ти Германа здав?
Ха! Ну ніхера собі, Вась! Залетів на військову базу,
підняв шухер і питаннячки якісь мені ставиш? Бля, мочканути б тебе тут і все.
Чуєш? А ти цю штуку давно чистив? ПМ без догляду часто клинить.
Ну, я фартовий.
А у всіх фартових батони горять.
Що?
What the Scooby-Doo shit is this?
Де мій довбаний сканер?
ПМ ж часто клинить без догляду.
Так і я фартовий.
Смішно. Бля! Чуєш, я ніхто. Просто наношу аномалії на мапу. Звісно, я продаю на стороні таким, як ти. Але це все. Нестор займається сканерами.
Нестор? Де він?
Маєш з ним базарити. Бугор смітника. Здорова купа сміття. Не прогавиш. Не пі... Гребаний батон. Дякую, Вась. Нестор, на північ від Залісся. Погодь, вас що, накрили? Слухай, я не зливав Германа. Я, звісно, зливав людей. Але вас не встиг.
The option of knocking him out feels like he's gonna give me something later. It's that or he's gonna send a hit squad out on me.
Відпочинь.
What the fuck? Bro! Really? If this is the path forward, then what the fuck is locked?
Ти десь такой.
What? Why are there no footsteps in this fucking game? Where's my gun? What the fuck is this? Whoa, whoa, don't even... I might never take this, no? What the fuck? Don't mind if I do. Anything else? Vinka, what's that? Oh, the ball got kicked out. Vinca enhances blood coagulation, accelerates wound healing, reduces likelihood of severe bleeding. Rumor has that bloodsuckers tend to stay. This is a joke. HP regen. Oh, it's the guy who downed. He's not dead yet. It's okay. I'll help him. Is the screen stream tailing? Not on my end, I think. Checking OBS. No, not on my end. It is a little bit. Let me check. Maybe that's WehSing. Let's put it on 60, I guess. Or is that 90? No, on 60. I mean, that should remove any screen tearing. It's nothing on my end, so I guess it must be something weird between OBS and Twitch. But just tell me if it's gone or not. Usually WehSing fixes it. I don't want to think about repair costs. My plan is to wear this armor until I find the next one and I hope by then it isn't broken. Oh, it's something in the quest room? Come to think of it, I didn't even loot everything because I got fucking ambushed. Dude was peeking through the door, man. He's cheating. This guy right here, fucking Zubkov. Was there even anything here though? No. Looks like whatever, no? Oh, yo. I think my man here has a drinking problem. It's a little one. Okay, I guess that's it. I'm overweight. I'm fat. I don't need this many sausages now. There's no way. Okay, it's green again. I already got the high capacity mag for my pistol. There's another one. Red glow. There's an enemy nearby. What is this? Are they knifeable? I don't fucking know, man. Would you knife a fucking vermintide? Nah. The fuck is that music? They look so fucking stupid too. What is this? Is he dodging? What is that? The fuck? Just like in London. Oh my god. Bleeding from rats. They got one tapped by a light attack. Man, meleeing so awkward in this. The attack never goes off when you think it does. And the reach is super bad. I don't know what they're doing too. You see it? Like, what is that? There's no way those are misses. Oh, it's this room. That's where the stash was at the end of it. Oh, this is where those teleporting dogs were.
Припій пішак. Він працював на якогось Нестора.
Нестор? Це поза малою і поза моєю
What is that thing? It's to detect artifacts.
західного КПП. Там мої люди тебе пропустять. Потім вирушай на хімзавод. Скажеш, що відправив зоту і що тобі наказано поговорити з полковником Коршуновим. Сподіваюся, ти йому сподобаєшся. Кінець зв'язку.
Leave the lesser zone. Oh, it's... Bolts are used to trigger anomalies. So that you don't have to trigger them with your face. Like, see this one here? They can run past it, whatever. Or just, you know, find a safe path. Because not all of them are so visible. Do I leave the zone? I'm missing 2 quests. This one doesn't show up on the map, so I have no idea where it is. Swamp stash and garbage stash. So this is still a question mark, because this is where I found the ball. And this looks like a swamp right here. Emission! I'm going to base. It's like a radioactive storm, yeah. You stay outside, you die. What the fuck, dude? What is this, earthquake? A monster's attacking? What's that sound? Looks like Mexico in a Hollywood movie. Quick save. What the fuck? Open up! Jesus!
Це ж треба було детектор зламати. Оце так непруха.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, this is damage over time. Alright, alright, alright. I'm never fucking around again. Who's he chatting with? He's a fucking drug dealer, I knew it. Hmm. Alright, let me unplug my mouse charger. Should be fully charged by now. Thank you guys for doing for the 18, Fort Fico, thank you to 47, for Bunny Fastest, thank you to 25. Are there no women in this game? I don't think so. The thing about the Stalkers is that they're usually volunteers or volunteers because they have nowhere else to go. So you would imagine that most women probably don't want to be here. I like how it's safe, just like one step inside the door. Wait, is it fine? Okay. Sure. I'll check the shops real quick, see if there's anything to buy.
Тобі як завжди.
Щодо артефакту, який ти замовляв.
I never found it.
Приніс. Усе вдалося?
Артефакту поки немає.
Так. Як буде, тоді і приходь.
Oh, he doesn't sound anything.
Для тебе завжди.
Сталкери, говорить капітан Зотов. Розслідування варти в малій зоні завершено. Тому право на свободу пересування я вам поки повертаю. Але й вимоги тепер до вас особливі. Найменше порушення і карантином ви вже не обмежитеся.
This is the only swamp I see on the whole map. Why in the lesser zone? Actually, I don't know if this quest extends out of this place even.
Батя, прийом. Це Маляр. Зотов, виявляється, не збрехав. На КПП схід чисто. Тому я буду рухатися в бік кордону, нарешті. А звідти вже на затон до Бороди.
Сподіваюсь, його там ще не втопили в болоті. Усе, відбій.
Yeah, it's hard to say what they mean with swamp. But it was a quest at the beginning, so I can only imagine it's a beginner's own quest. Ah, fuck. Alright, jump up. Oh, you can time the jump. All the different areas? Oh, okay. Kinda annoying, no? That I have this side quest here that's just here forever now. Okay, now this one is here probably. Find a whirlwind artifact. I've walked along this entire path, so I'd imagine it'd be here somewhere. Let's check like big open spaces. This one, this one, this one, and this one. Let's see. I didn't know you could time your jump out of those things. It's so strange too that this thing didn't get marked on the map. A new artifact just one of the mission? Wasn't that just modded only? I don't remember. What's the red thing on the map? Oh, it's the poppy fields. It's like flowers that make you sleep or something like that. Weird. I don't know if 3060 can run this game. You're Kisuke, thank you to 62, man. No car in this game as far as I know. Car would be so out of place. It was a car in the cutscene. But yeah, you know, cutscene cars. Oh, can I even go there? Oh, hold up. That's not the zone. Oh, okay. I think I've explored everything here. Maybe the whirlwind artifact just isn't here. Okay, I'm just gonna move on. I tried. Yeah, it's all high ground in that spot. No wonder. I do want to check here for the swamp real quick. There's a proper ending to this game, yeah. Wow, I found out how this guy fucking died here, but he starved. No hint on the artifact quest at all, yeah. Oh yeah, I think that was a hint that artifacts spawn after emissions, just like in the other games. Oh, I fucking stored the wrong bullets. What the fuck? Looks like they reset after every shot. I need a shotgun for these guys. Are they fake or something? I'm not sure if they reset after every auto attack or every hit taken, or if they just... Or if they're like illusions or something. my god, it's completely fucked. Holy, that's fucked. Especially being surrounded in a swamp. Oh shit, I cancelled it. Oh my god! How long the PoE? 2 hours. Oh wait, it's a 1 hour? Oh, I didn't get out in time. No, it's 2 hours. Fucking made me check while I ran into this bullshit. This cuck. I'm not doing the puzzle box today. Imagine eating butt the whole week. Week? Try life. Hey, you won't miss it. Come back home from hunting. Bandages stolen. Canned food gone. Ah, what the fuck is life, man? Yo!
Сталкер.
Скіф. Я від Зотова.
Скіф!
Так, він попереджав про тебе. Давай, через міст.
The chemical plant. Oh shit. Chapter 1 complete.
Привіт. Бувай.
Something here on the right. Going in. Huh? The fuck? Oh, dude, I from here I thought it was like Fallout power armor, like that's the heads, and those are the arms and stuff. But it was just like a fucking engine or something. Nothing here. Maintenance yards. Oh my god, there was two. What just happened? It sounded like a landmine, I'm not sure. Let's see. I'll fix this. Oh, a pristine condition gun. Sick. But I think this zone is gonna have new tier guns. Game cannot be saved right now.
Собі мутантів, збирай артефакти.
Що скажеш, сталкере? Ти б приєднався до варти?
Знову ти з ноги заходиш, Кирюхо. Може, він лише недавно в зоні і не чув нічого про угрупування. То питай, не соромся.
I was wondering too if I was gonna run into the anomaly. That's why I stayed there in the thing. I think it ran into it once. That's why it went off by itself.
Вони нічого. Стріляють мутантів. Сталкерам таке заходить. Скажи, Кирюхо.
Долг вже 10 років стріляє по мутантам, але менше їх чогось не стає. На відміну від самих долгівців. А от варта займається справою.
I have to choose a faction, huh? Duty, Freedom, Awards.
Розкажіть мені про волю.
Раніше вони хотіли відкрити багатства зони всьому світу, а відкрили ларьок на ростку. Скурвились до мілких бариг.
Не таких вже й мілких. Їхній ватажок Миклуха вигадав купони, і зараз вони по всій зоні ходять. Тепер воля рулить.
Рулить, доки варта дозволить.
Ward seems to be kind of a popo type. Oh,
Розкажіть
oops.
мені,
Fuck, I misclicked.
що розкажете про варту?
Як на мене, то вони просто
Yeah, see?
корумпованих ментів.
Варта – справжній профі.
I'm joining the
Вони
wards.
прийшли, порядок
Top-notch
навели,
gear too?
і споряда в
Shit.
них топова.
То нахрена їм тоді ти?
Бо буду крутим вартівцем. Я вже майже домовився з одним з них. Мужик, от ти б вступив до варти?
Я бачив вартівців у роботі. Попрацював би з ними.
Скажи,
Дались вам ті вартівці. Що ми там обговорювали? Ну, що поганого в
Don't
тому,
mind
щоб
me.
бути одинаком.
Just getting chased by a monster.
Стріляй собі мутантів, збирай артефакти.
They really should give me some incentive to killing them though. There's no way you just loot and run and that's it. Let's check the quest first. He might send me there. The question mark on the left. Oh, maybe it pointed here. I don't know. Weird. Oh, it's spicy down there. No, no thanks. Maybe I did miss an arrow, yeah. I mean, if I missed an arrow, it'd be here somewhere. Like, I followed that one, right? And that one's like here. And I don't see anything here. Dunno. No, dunno. Random bait. You think the relic can spawn like that? No way, right? I think it needs something weird happening here. Otherwise it's never gonna beep. No, there's nothing. Not even one beep. Okay, guessing they're allied?
звертайся. Не затримуйся.
Стояти, сталкере. Прохід заборонено.
Fucking, I'm bleeding?
Я від Зотова.
Barbed wire blow me.
Шукаю полковника Коршунова.
Почекай, я доповім. База Коршунову, прийом. Пане полковнику, у нас тут сталкер. Каже від Зотова. Але... Так?
Слухаюся. Іди на аванпост. Полковник зараз там. Сталкере.
Oh my god, dude. Who puts fucking barbed wire here? Where is it even? Oh, there.
З якого питання? Не затримуйся.
Привіт. Ти казав, що маєш роботу для мене.
Так точно, маю. Треба дістати особливий артефакт. Де шукати, розкажу. Але треба діяти швидко. Питання життя і смерті. Оплата відповідна. Берешся?
Добре. Дістану твій артефакт.
Дякую, вільний. Він на відстійниках хімікатів. Координати скину. Тільки не тягни. Буду вдячний.
Oh yeah, the side mission did send me there. What's an artifact? It's like weird items these anomalies produce. They have supernatural power to them, so everybody wants them. Oh, Vivaka! There was another one! If I were the main dog, I would just never come out of cover. Yeah, I think the real one never attacks. Actually, it does. Or wait, what? This doesn't even hit, does it? Oh, they got it. I don't have the sight on me, I think. Wasn't it, it was, in the base, I think. Yeah. Where's the other one? Or maybe it doesn't have the upgrade. Needs the railing upgrade. I don't know the solution for those dogs. Oh my god. Granata? Seems hard to land, doesn't it? Can try it next time. Oh. I do like Stalker, yeah. Oh wow, medium radiation protection. No downsides too. Wait, there's another one. Oh, it's not even the quest one. Where is it? Oh, it is. Holy fuck. What the fuck? I'm gonna finish the whole game, yeah. I'm gonna play it slow and steady. I mean, this is one of my favorite genres for playing games. So, I don't wanna rush it in any way or shape. Slow and steady. All the way through. I don't always finish games. I definitely drop games every now and then. But I do try to finish them, especially if they're super good. Fuck, it's a bloodsucker. Oh, it's a bloodsucker. Something there. Oh, that's a quest objective, I think. The artifact is on the right here. Is it buggy? Yeah, the game is pretty buggy. But it's very playable. Was it there? Maybe not. I don't know if it's unfinished though. I haven't gotten to a point yet in the game where I feel like I'm missing areas or quests or broken things. Oh, well, speaking of buggy, I think my game just... I didn't crash. Okay. Oh my god, it kicked me off. I really like this hair color too. So nice. Can't believe it. Some people naturally get gray hair when they're, even though they're young. Gray hair just looks so fucking cool. Let's save here. Am I using echo detector? Because there's an artifact nearby. The fact that it blinks blue at all means something is close. I jumped out. Oh my god. What the fuck is that? No, I walked into it again. I didn't dodge it this time. How do I fight anything in this? What the fuck? It's completely busted, no? The artifact is close too. It's here somewhere. I wanna go home. I wanna go home now. Wait, is that him? Oh wait, it does show durability. It shows. What the fuck? What is this circus animal, Ursa? Emission now. Really? Now. Fuck, let's get that artifact first. Because it's like right here.
Я прикрию згори. Прийнято. Група, на вихід. Ми вийшли. Звалюй звідти. В процесі.
Oh my god, what is that damage? What am I dying to? Oh, this doesn't count as indoors? Am I soft locked? I guess this doesn't count as indoors. Okay, I need to find indoors house somewhere. I don't fucking know. Over there, maybe. I'm holding over. Oh, maybe this. Oh, Carla again. There's something wrong in this place. Who the fuck is this even?
У нас із вами різна ціна життя. Ви пробачте мене за прямоту. Вміти влучно стріляти, щось знайти, десь розвідати. Погодьтеся, це все ж таки не унікальні якості. Та й велика конкуренція, знаєте, диктує. А ось я переплавати ртуть зони на золото земних благ. Таке вміння, мені здається, безцінне. Побачимось.
Okay, I think I'm safe here at least. I like how this counts and the whole underground there didn't. Inside tunnels and everything. You can trade with everyone in the game. But usually they have trash unless they're vendors.
Може, треба щось?
Yeah, I see they call it's all trash.
Побачимось.
I'll go toilet real quick.
Усе бійці. Відбій. Викид завершився. Усі по місцях згідно зі штатним розкладом.
Okay. Where was I? I want to explore the underground there too. Looks kind of sick. The hell was that sound? What? I didn't see it at all. What the fuck? Jesus. Oh my god. The vaulting is kind of scuffed in this game, huh? It's very scripted on where you can and cannot vault. Like, why can't I vault this fucking fence? I can probably jump from there. Like that jump? I'm gonna get blocked by that. Ooh. What happened here? It's not because my hands aren't free. It's just the game. There's some, like, vaulting is just scripted on some spots and many spots are not. There's a quest thing, right? Yeah. Oh, it was a quest thing I saw, man. Oh my god. Let's see what it even does.
Stalker. Це професор
Medium radiation.
Робота, яка може вас зацікавити. Ідіть за цими координатами.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Бляха, та скільки ж тут цих тварюк? Відходьте. Я прикрию згори. Прийнято. Група, на вихід. Ми вийшли. Звалюй звідти. В процесі.
Oh, no, this one again! I fucking hate this one. It's so hard to see. Where are the 2 markers now? Talk to the scientist. Must be the guy I just saw earlier. I don't know if I want to talk to him though. He was a nerd in the glasses. Jesus. I'm holding an artifact detector. I thought I had a fucking bolt in my hand.
А у мене інший наказ від керівництва. Моє завдання – охороняти вас, професоре.
Не я ж піду з артефактом. А ось і рішення нашої проблеми. Сталкери, для вас є робота. Один вояка з хімзаводу, Матюш, пліткує, що з тіла його товариша утворився артефакт. Мені потрібен цей артефакт для дослідження. Він знаходиться десь над відстійниками хімікатів. Дістанете? Заплачу, скільки скажете.
I can choose to give it to him or the other guy.
Я знайшов труп напарника Матіуша поряд з артефактом.
Отже, вся ця історія з артефактом не більше, ніж звичайні плітки. Стільки часу згаяно.
I don't think they break items though. I hope not.
Послухайте. Артефакт можете залишити собі. Мені він не цікавий. Але якщо вже ми тут, не могли б ви скинути тіло загиблого в аномалію? За окрему винагороду, звісно. Мертвому вже все одно, а мені, можливо, вдасться отримати більше даних про утворення артефактів з органіки.
Добре, я скину труп в аномалію.
Приємно мати справу з прагматичними людьми.
Weird. He doesn't want the artifact anymore. After telling him about the dead body. Strange quest option, no? I guess it was the body I saw hanging over the ledge. It was over here, I think. Yeah, that one. Wait, what? Oh, it's not that one. Almost fell into the fucking soup. Fuck? Firefight. I'll throw him in the soup anyway. Okay, where's the body action in it? It's like over there. Oh, was it on the ground one maybe? Yeah. Oh. Oh, fuck? This was a bad idea. Oh, no, it's fine. Manageable. I've walked into this one like fucking 4 times already. So they recognize the fucking ground around it. It is the one on the ground. Fuck. Where was it? It's not this body either? Whatever. I'm just following the blue marker. Oh, it's not even here. Oh no. Oh, this is the thingy. Yeah, I need the corpse on the ground maybe to form into that thing. I hope it's this guy. Oh.
Вітаю, вітаю.
Я скинув труп в аномалію.
Так. Ну, наразі нічого цікавого. Подивимося на покази після викиду. А ви, сталкери, можете йти. Дякую за допомогу. Оплата у вас на КПК.
О, це ти.
Skills are limited, yeah.
Я знайшов тіло твого друга біля артефакту. Ти помилився щодо того, що з ним сталося. Ось докази.
Вибач, що не сказав одразу, за чим відправляю. Боявся, не повіриш. Це лише стерв'ятники з андічас одразу на таке кидаються. На мертвих їм плювати, аби був матеріал для дослідів. Ось, скинув на КПК все, що є. Не думав, що сталкер виявиться.
Are these the
людянішим
wardens?
за наших.
Oh, the other quest. Oh, what?
Удачі, сталкере.
Does he not want it anymore? Oh, yo, I kept it. Okay. 14K.
З якого питання? Не затримуйся.
Bopta means ward. Oh, okay. So yeah, these are the wardens. I'm gonna do good by them. Because I wanna join this faction if I can. Am I not allowed in? I thought that was the whole point of the quest to let me in.
Привіт.
Удачі, сталкере.
Wait, is it bugged?
З якого питання? Не затримуйся.
I don't think it's story. This is the story. Oh wait, no, it's not here. I have to go here now. Thank fuck. I guess that's just a warden base or something like that. Whatever. Following main quest. Another poppy fields. Or is it the same one from before? That's the same one from before. I get over 9K over the 70 months.
Годі животку відставити схилення. У нас наказ перестріляти цих тварюк.
Хочеш ти заробити? Підходь сюди, обговоримо. Стріляєш мутантів на схилі? Не задякую, звісно.
Ти що, хочеш наказ сталкеру довірити?
А що, думаєш, не впораєшся?
Добре, візьмусь.
Вони там! Прямо перед будинком став. А бачить якраз як видивляєш. Чувко, браті? А ти подивимося. Впораєшся став? Чи ні?
Oh. Where the fuck did my nade go?
Сталкера, бляха, зніми їх з нас.
I think I failed the quest because they ran into the other guys, the quest NPCs. Even though I fucking soloed all of them! Are they dead? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh, both NPCs died. Fuck. What's that? Oh, it's a quest to kill the things. Maybe I can turn in the quest somewhere else. And say that I did it. Reloads? Nah, dudes. Whenever failures happen, they happen. They simply shape my story, and that's it. Oh, artifact is somewhere. Place looks fucking dangerous though. Unless they soft lock me, of course. But bugs are different, right? This wasn't even a bug, I was just stupid. I was even thinking like, what if this just helped me fight, and then as they were fighting... Oh, fuck. As they were fighting, it was like, oh, this probably fills the quest. I didn't even expect him to die. Not again! Yo! Yo! Baby! Baby. Okay, let's find an artifact. Oh, a stash too? This place is loaded. It's nice. Really good stuff. Stone heart again. I guess I can start selling some of these for money. What the fuck? Holy! Get me out of this place. I'm out. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm out. No, King! My medkit! Ah, I hate these tornadoes. It's so hard to see. This point wasn't even marked on the map, huh? Not even a point of interest. There's a random fucking house in the middle of nowhere. No quest, nothing. And then boom, combat shotgun. Fuck, man. They have a working tank.
Ані руш. Я до полковника. Від Зотова.
Проходь.
Ткаченко. Відставити.
He dodged. Oh, what a god of war.
І з ким воювати доводиться? Теж мені. Бунтарі та шукачі пригод. Приходять, думають, тут ніхто не наглядає. Думають, ніхто не бачить, що вони лише бухають та б'ються. Або займаються чимось гіршим.
Влаштовують засідки, нападають, грабують.
Бачу, ти теж перейнявся цим місцем. Полковник Коршун, голова варти. А ти, напевно, скіф. Твої дії в Малі. Це цікаво. Ти обрав
Wait, did I already make the choice?
з вартою.
Interesting.
А ваш брат рідко вчиняє настільки розумно. Зазвичай думає, що ми тут псуємо їм веселище. А ти розумієш, що насправді варта тут робить, сталкере?
Захоплює зону, бере, що хоче.
Гадаєш, мені потрібна гора роздовбаного брухту? Все простіше. Багато років від цього місця більше шкоди, ніж користі. Зона стала парком атракціонів для відбитих, на кшталт тих, кого ти зустрів. Варта покладе цьому край, бо зона – цінний ресурс. Доки мені не заважають, плювати я хотів на сталкерів та бандитів. Але бачу, ти не такий, як вони. В тебе є мета.
Зараз моя мета – Нестор.
За інших обставин я б з легкістю організував вашу зустріч. Але Нестор кудись подівся. А на депо окопався чорнозем з бандою. На великий за вбивство сидів тут, грабує сталкерів. Він останній контакт Нестора.
Assault?
Тому ми готуємося взяти депо штурмом і отримати всі відповіді. Ти з нами?
Так. Я доєднаюсь до штурму.
Розумний вибір. Мої бійці вже займають позиції. Йди до капітана Шкарлати та виконуй його подальші накази. По завершенню я зв'яжуся з тобою з проханням. Тож сподіваюся,
I don't have anything with the
що ти
shotgun. I have like 8
виконаєш все
shots.
чітко. Щасти, бійцю.
Oh, I can't pull a weapon here.
Курсом в Шкарлату. Я відправив до вас сталкера. Він доєднається до штурму.
See if they have any
Прийнято.
volunteer items. The stash is so far. I want to find the next checkpoint so I can just... Oh my god, I can't pull out my knife. Can't melee either. Yeah, so I can just use the stash at the weapon shop. I hope the stash is connected from like everywhere. I have a feeling it won't be.
А що полковник тут забув?
Він завжди так. Звикай.
Oh, that's death. Oh, there. Nine shots.
Сталкере, ми вирушаємо. Тримайся поруч, але під ногами не плутайся. Та постарайся не вмерти. Не варто недооцінювати цих зеків.
I don't know if there's proper fast level. I haven't found it yet at least. I only have one town unlocked, so...
Починаємо!
Варда! Where's the other guys? Am I solo pushing or what? Oh my god.
Прочесати периметр!
looks like the average PUBG player. The hell did that grenade go? Too much weapon sway. Ah! My box! I don't think I can prone, no.
У мене ще одне прохання, Скіфе. І це дуже важливо. Оглянь тіло чорнозема. Решта згодом.
Oh man, I really want something that's reliable long range. Preferably a weapon I can also just hold my breath with so I can actually get a steady shot in. These long range automatic weapon shots is not it. Even on single fire, like, it is just insane how much weapon sway there is. Oh yeah, it's a shotgun again. I think it's worth anything. No, it's worth nothing. Just like my life. Feels good. Yeah, I want a sniper. I want the sniper those dudes had on the wall. You know those Dragonovs or whatever it was. AR is really awful at medium range and forwards. Like, it just moves. Like, see that? Like, I'm not moving my mouse right now. You try to shoot this on long range for a headshot? It's fucking impossible. Yeah, there will be snipers, I'm sure. Just need to wait. It's still early game. Sniper is like probably the better type of weapons in this whole genre. Not just this game, like the entire fucking genre. Just killing people accurately from super far. Man, that's creepy. Huh. I didn't actually expect it to explode. They give you so many heals in this game. The fuck? Improved bandits jacket. It's awful, but it's worth 17k, so. Oh, it's a famous Russian doll? That's funny. I take a lot of damage every fight, sure, but now imagine like how many heals a console player would need, you know? If you play like slightly worse than me. Oh, dude, the armor is so heavy. Fuck. I'm swimming in heals. I have fucking 30 heal surplus and another 30 of the bandages and then a billion foods. I hope they take me to the vendor. This is big shit right now. I run from every monster? That is not true at all. I've killed a lot of monsters. Oh, blue medkit. What was that? Superhero. think I killed most monsters I found. Oh, oops. It's still something in here that I need. I've been just looting everything. I don't know what the quest is right now. Just looting all these fucking animals. You can increase your carry limit for artifacts. It's just that I haven't really found an artifact that's good for reducing radiation. And it's like the payoff, this trade-off in this game. You always trade like radiation taken for random buffs.
Нічого. Мабуть, було б легше, якби я знав, що шукаю.
А його КПК? Помітив щось незвичне?
Там лише дані про Нестора.
Он як. Значить, знову дрібнота попалася. Що ж, ти добре попрацював, боєць. Якщо наша співпраця продовжиться у тому ж напрямку, я перегляну своє ставлення до сталкерів у варті. А тепер по Нестору. Що дізнався?
Паяльник, технік Нестора, може знати, куди той зник.
Тоді нам потрібен цей паяльник. Відправляйся на Терикон. Це посеред смітника. Найбільш набитої бандитами частини зони. От там ти зрозумієш, до чого я вів, коли казав, що цьому місцю час змінюватися.
Oh, hey, garbage. It's one of the zones.
Не прощаємося, Скіфе.
Oh, that must be the town. 900 meters? Oh, I'm already in garbage. Oh, the zones here aren't like separated like the other ones by checkpoints. Alright, time to go to garbage. Oh, Jesus. Scared me for a sec. Oh, dude, I wanna check that. Must be artifact in there, no? Oh, fuck, dude. Artifact. Oh my god. Okay, it was over there somewhere. What? It went through the ground? What? Okay, I'm loading that. Bugs I do not tolerate like that. The hell, man? Maybe I have to pick it up before it sinks into the ground to avoid that bug. They can move? But that didn't look like it was moving like that though. Oh, you think it really just moved while it was visible? That's fucked. What the fuck? Where is it? There. Oh. I got it. Sapphire. What am I doing here? I'm looting, dude. This is like the whole story of the Stalkers, basically. They go in here and they gather these things and they take them out to the other worlds, outside world, to sell them. I'm fucking dead. It's like the main reason why they're risking their lives for staying in here, basically. In this whole shit zone. Thank you, Zamboic, for the 55. Tried to get a job in the mortuary, but no luck. Turns out it's a dying industry. Fuck was that music? Mirror up, thank you for the sub gifts. Some random, thank you for the 63. Don't catch us too much nowadays, but still lingering. Take care, my man. Good luck and whatever keeps you busy. The beeping means I'm close to something that's gonna kill me! It really is always that one. That was just hard to see. Am I just fucking... Am I taping down this button, man? For the thing? Okay, looks like I cannot go on that hill. Where am I even? Let's follow the road then. There's a road like right there. You think my armor's damaged? There's no way. My armor is 87%. Fuck you mean it's damaged? It's pristine condition. Better than new. It even has Stalker sweat in it. I don't vapor smoke, no. Oh my god. I hate these! Check this place or what? I'm kind of here anyway. I see a hole, I go in. I don't mind the bolt mechanic. It's okay. I think they shouldn't have been unlimited. Oh my god, it's doing damage. It's like suspended glass or something like that. What the fuck? The fuck was that sound? Yeah, I hate this place. I want to go home. What was that sound? Oh, allies.
Розумієте, собаки не зовсім
Собака.
Вони дуже сильно бояться помаранчевого кольору. Він їм нагадує вогонь. Інстинкти страшна сила.
Ох, ось воно що.
It's the dogman.
Сподіваюсь, полювання було успішним, сталкере. Якщо ні, то звертайся за порадою. Я зі вченими працюю і багато чого знаю. Індічас і Прип'ять бачу. Перші поради даю безплатно, бо ми ж не чужі люди. За одним периметром ходимо і від одних викидів ховаємося. Що скажеш?
Так? Ну давай свою пораду.
Пробував гранатами аномалії знешкоджувати. Якщо добре влучиш,
Oh,
аномалія
what?
певна річ не зникне, але на хвилину стане безпечною. А щоб знати, коли аномалія знову активується, тут треба або чуття, або години спостереження. Ну що, дати ще пораду? Але далі вже за купони.
Зав'язуй влаштовувати вистави.
Алло, ти чо такий борзий?
Ей, хлопці, спокійно. Дайте нам пару хвилин поспілкуватися наодинці. Я розберуся. Слухачів затримувати не хочу, тому давай по суті. Ти ж грошей хочеш. Або хабар. Домовимося, як ділові люди.
You scamming these guys or what?
Припустимо. Що пропонуєш?
Ось тобі координати схрону. Там все гарно і смачно, тобі сподобається. І це наша
full of shit, isn't
остання
he?
зустріч. Якщо ми один одного зрозуміли, звали. Не стій на шляху просвітництва.
Legendary stash. Let's see where it is. Oh, it's right there. Well, might as well go there. Why would someone lie? Especially in this shit zone. Doesn't feel like bait.
Напердолим гранатами!
Alright, aim. Oh my god, check him, PC.
Заникаюсь тут!
Oh! I'll play PoE? Sure do, man. I've been playing PoE from the very beginning. What's that gun I just picked up? Something new. What? Why is this one still marked? Can't see. What gun was that? I didn't even notice the AK has 1 bar of range. It's almost the same as the shotgun. Jesus, man. No wonder it's so fucking hard to shoot that gun past like a meter. Well, I'm keeping this for a while. This looks... Can I use the other scope too? Is like extra zoom? No, it's not mouse wheel at least. Alright, fuck it. Let's get the legendary loot. Legendary stash. Legendary chest. Fuck, I'm so overweight. Fat. Look at my stamina, it's like barely going up anymore. It's in this thing or something. I guess on top? Yo, this truck is getting a bit too spicy. I got it. What the fuck? There's nothing in here! Jeez, and I wasn't even gonna kill him. There's something near. The bar in the compass is red. Oh fuck! Oh my god! What a fucker! This ain't it, dude. I can't run at all. Oh my god, I can't jump. Holy fuck, how do I shoot this? What's my weight at? It's in the red, no wonder. There's absolutely nothing I can drop either. It just is what it is. Oh my god, I can barely see him. How the fuck is that a miss? Get my AK. Should be better for this. Oh, I can nade him. Ah, no, there's no way. He's too fast. Fuck! Fuck, they're shooting me! Looks like they made contact. Oh my god, I need to drop something. There's no way. Oh, it fucked him. Did it die? I got him. Hey, hey, yo. It's super fast, yeah. And it's very hard to see. I like how it just went over, killed these guys, came back. Like nothing happens. You're invincible until revealed in clear sky? Really? I don't remember that. In fact, I don't remember any of the monsters in clear sky being difficult. I don't remember anything being as tanky as the bloodsuckers in this game. I need the note. Oh yeah, let's check the note of that fucker. I didn't have time when it was there. Note from Lex the Legend's generous stash. A first life lesson of some sort. Don't trust a loudmouth promising dope loot. I am gonna shoot him in the head. And he's gone. Oh my god! It's an ambush? I hate this guy! A grenade! He grenaded his own guys. Also, there's another ambush here from my own faction people, I think. Are they not? Yeah, it's the wards. Let's check that note in a bit. feels kind of nice having allies in a game like this.
Усі питання до командира.
З якого питання?
I guess it doesn't say anything. It just happened to be here. It was random, I think. His ardent disciples swear to follow the idol for hell and high water. He seems to have a family good. Okay, whatever. Hi teacher, I spotted you near the swamp sleep with some sketchy guys the other day. If you're in a bind, just hold it, I've got your back. Snag. I'm a walking hospital with these heals. It's like where all my weight is going to. It's just carrying 70 heals or something. Oh, 40 minutes into the PoE thingy. 35? No, dude, I have bandages too. I have 28 bandages, 35 medkits. Let's not walk into that shit again, jeez. 14 grenades, I'm a walking armory and hospital. The PoE starts, I think 6th of December or something like that. Today is just a reveal trailer. 6th or 7th or 8th, I don't know. Or was that a different game? I think I'm mixing stuff up. What's this place? 6th December for access. Oh, I was right. What the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck? Wow, that looks like a place where we spam the fucking bolts. Plans to changing my hair color again? I literally just changed my hair color like 3 hours ago, dude. I think I'm gonna settle on this for now. I'm gonna get to the town, drop off my items. I have way too much stuff on me. What's that? I don't use shampoo for hair color. This is a toner. It basically fades with every wash. It'll stay for like maybe, I don't know, 8 or 9 washes, something like that. And then it's gone. chugging Red Bulls just so I can run. Maybe I shouldn't skip the checkpoint. Also, what an awful checkpoint that you can just walk here. What the fuck are they even guarding? Putting down the gun. I do stash my ammo. I just haven't been to a stash for a long time. And I hope the boxes are connected to each other through magic.
Так, новий гість. З кордону чи з малої? Щось мені здається, що ти від баті до нас.
Не здається. Звідти й прийшов.
Не підвело око. Ну, вітаю. Тримай чарочку за знайомство.
Цікаве, є що-небудь. Підзаробити хочу.
Добрим людям завжди щось цікаве знайдеться. Вибирай. Зальотні бандити вирішили, що їм можна териконівських дигерів кошмарити, ножиками в животи їм тикати. Тільки от не можна, поки вони мої постійні клієнти. Хочу, щоб ти з цими туристами до крові охочими для мене розібрався. Купонів не пошкодую.
Я займусь цим.
Домовилися. І не забудь випити на доріжку. Привіт, Сталкер. Я...
This one's stuck on my inventory for some reason. I wonder if that's a bug or not. Okay, I need to find a weapon merchant.
Заходь, випив.
Я вмовляти не буду. Якщо застяв, іншого знайду на твоє місце.
Та не застяв я. Просто уточню. Зроблю так, як домовлялися.
От і славненько. А я теж не
Oh, mechanic here. Okay, cool. Mechanic is a weird thing in this game. It's like a gold sink. It's making me waste currency. Pretty sure in the other games you were just kind of like... You just altered your gun by yourself, no? They're connected, by the way. Thank fuck. Okay, let's ditch this gun. And we're selling this. And I'm selling this one. I need to check what bullets I need. It's shotgun shells and something else. Let's sell these two. And I sell this one. And I sell these. Is one better than mine? No, selling this too. Store this. Drink this. No, selling this. I'll keep all attachments in the game, I guess. Just in case I need them. Okay, what ammo do I need? 556. Which one is that? Oh, it's the one ammo type I don't have a lot of. But I think they started dropping it in this zone, so it's fine maybe. $50 shot. I kind of like having the shotgun in this game because it's very efficient weight per damage dealt.
Чим до мене? Якщо купити, продати, валяй. Ні, що? Хап.
See how much money this is. Too bad I'm setting the modded gun, but I guess it's just how the game goes. I simply find upgrades and that's it. Cash money. He has nothing good, huh? Marauder suits. 29k. There's no way. Assault rifle suppressor. What's this gun called? GP37. Doesn't work on it. This one works, but I already have one. No upgrades, huh? It's kind of hard to find like meaningful upgrades in this game. I could get a little bit of bullets here. Does he even sell them? He doesn't even sell the bullets I need. Huh. Oh, why is this fucking shop so scuffed?
Бачиш эту швабру в кутку? Вперед! Не можу я сталкерам товар довіряти. Або вкрадете, або подохнете.
Якщо хочеш, щоб я працював з тобою, стеж за базаром.
Твоя правда. Я погарячкував. В мене кур'єр нещодавно пропав з вантажем.
You can't just upgrade. You need like to upgrade parts with it, and you have to find or buy them.
Я міг би пошукати.
Some of them you can't just upgrade though. I can check.
Це мій кур'єр. Востаннє виходив на зв'язок біля місця доставки. У кодлівців там хата. Я покажу на твоїй мапі. Запитай, чи не бачили вони чогось підозрілого. Я реально не хочу виправдовуватися перед шахом, їхнім ватажком. Людина без клепки в голові.
I think at the least I want to upgrade the shotgun just because shotguns are so again, like I said, like efficient per weight per damage dealt. Where was the technician? No, it was this side, no? Oh, it's on the map actually. The compass. Is it gone? Oh, it's here. No? It's here.
Давай, вивалюй вже. В тебе на обличчі написано, що ти
This is not a scary game,
за
Sniff.
життя потрендіти.
Нестор. Сканер. Щось пригадуєш? Єдина правильна відповідь тут чесна.
Отакої. Спочатку ті ж лоби, а тепер ще ти. Ну ти хоч перо під ребро мені з порогу не всадив. Мабуть, зможемо домовитися. То що мені буде за чесність?
У тебе проблеми. Це очевидно. Я можу з ними допомогти. В обмін на деяку інформацію.
Одразу до діла, так? Без Нестора тут повна срака. Я в ці рамси влазити не збираюся. Гарний технік дорого коштує, а місцеві бугри – витратний матеріал.
Що з тобою сталося? Давай всі подробиці.
У мене тут неподалік майстерня. Єдині, хто про неї знав, це я з Нестором. А тепер ці урки, мабуть. Завалились вони без попередження, звичайно. Ну, боєць з мене такий собі. Я більше по інструментах. Тож довелося вигадувати. Я увімкнув сканер, той наплодив аномалій, а я під шумок встиг утекти.
Підозрюєш когось в нападі?
Я тобі кажу, від несторівських муток самі лише проблеми. Захочеш влізти – запасайся набоями. От було б добре, якби ти пошарився в моїй майстерні. Є думка, що в кишенях у тих бандитів буде щось цікаве. Сам я старикону нині ні ногою. Та як тобі до вподоби ризикувати, координати видам.
Гаразд. Загляну в твою майстерню.
Усе, що там знайдеш, принось мені. Поколупаю. Сподіваюсь. Обера?
Обера! Oh, I can upgrade the armor too. I have 22k. Oh my god, 9k for this. And that's the good one too. Let me see how much it is to upgrade my gun. Buckshots. Need a rifled barrel, which is this one. Fuck it, full upgrade shotgun. I'm gonna upgrade my armor first though. Can even upgrade the mask. Jeez, there's so many things you can do in this game. Well, not in this mask apparently. I want the extra slot at least. Oh my god, 18k for the next one. We need to be rich first? Nah, fuck that, man. What am I fucking making money for? I have no buckshot, right? Like, this is a complete bait. Does preclude mean you have to use it? Or does it mean you can use it? No, it sounds like you have to use it. Preclude means prevent. Oh, okay. Cannot use buckshot. What's the one I have? What am I using right now? Ah, fuck yeah.
Сподіваюсь. Обирай.
This seems so bad. I'll just get this one. It's weird that these are linked together, but the link means you can't get the next one, I think, which is really weird UI. Whatever, it's fine.
От і діло, забігай.
Pick up the other quest too. There's like one over here somewhere. Oh no, it's like 500 meters away.
Терекону тепер важко. Ну, братику, за нас і за того, хто нас виручить.
Що ти випити з нами хочеш, сталкере? Ну так це можна. Водночас і дещо обговоримо. Слухай, підзаробити не бажаєш?
Що ти людину з ходу грузиш? Давай спочатку помаленький. Наливаю.
Наливай. Чому б ні?
Наша людина. Штрафнуємо?
З тебе тост, а ми підтримаємо. Ну, за що п'ємо?
To the zone!
Давайте за зону.
За зону і всю її красу.
Так за неї зазвичай третю п'ють. А! Зайвим не буде. За зону!
What kind of bug is
Я
this?
одразу зрозумів. Наша людина.
Oh, it is really good at pretending.
Непитущих. Є у нас друг, Панас. Такса, а не людина. Завжди в купі брухту щось цінне унюхає. А тільки радіація його зіпсувала трошки. Але він розумний, велів нам засіб від неї до схрону покласти.
Тільки ми забули, який саме.
Помовч, Мурло. Коротше, для надійності потрібно по пузирю до всіх його 3 схронів покласти. Виручиш.
Гаразд, сходжу. Але горілку винагороду не пропонувати.
Ображаєш? Як Панас підлікується і до нас повернешся, ми тобі одразу все сплатимо у найкращому вигляді.
І теє, зі схронів чур не
What?
скурить.
No stealing?
Аго, ти ж горілку не забудь.
Бери зі столу.
Oh, good thing I never steal, so I guess it's not a problem. I need one more bottle of vodka. Okay. I got it. Okay. Let's check my quests. Let's do this one first. 250 meters, 600. What's this? 295. Let's do this one first. Oh fuck, when is PoE thing starting? I'm gonna head over there in like 10 minutes. Open up the stream and everything. That we start these things so damn late. 9 PM my time, really? It's like 4 hours off my regular schedule. Ah, I mean, I should just be happy actually that it's not in the middle of the night, in between like 12 and 6 or some shit. And it's because of New Zealand times, I think. Yeah, a little opposite of the world. Where's that stash? Dogs. Why do I hear dogs but see no dogs? I'm not done with Songs of Conquest now. I'm still playing it. I'm just really busy. Oh, I didn't bring any pistol bullets. Mistake. Oh my god, they want me not to loot this? That's insane! And they fucking tempt me too with all this shit. There's even like a next tier thingy detector, artifact detector. Oh, this is bullshit. Fuck, man. I'm coming back for this shit. There's no way. Ain't no fucking way, dude. Let's check north first. Too heavy? No, it's the quest. It's a quest about a bunch of drunk guys who stole something, I think they said. And then they want to put it back before they notice, so I have to put back vodka bottles there. And they told me specifically to not take anything from it. Can I put a marker? Oh, dude, I can put this one, I think. But this one's only one. I'll remember it. And I forgot already. Fucking hell, that's hard. I just got a D36 off the ground. So some guy donated it because he no longer breathes. There's a quest place here. It just randomly inserting these Silent Hill-esque noises, huh? Okay, dude. I thought I saw a cave too, but I was like, exploring this game kind of sucks sometimes because a lot of these things could be tied to quests. And then I'm like exploring like a jerk off with nothing there. Oh my god! I just walked right into it. Did I steal all my bandages? No, it's just not my hotkey for some reason. I haven't opened Valdo's box yet. I'm gonna set aside a day for that because apparently other streamers have been stuck on that shit for many hours. One even up to 16 hours. So I'm just gonna set aside like a day after I'm done with Stalker or something like that and then go at it, I guess. Oh god, what is this place? It's always this fucking tornado shit, I hate it! Why did that not heal me? What kind of bug was that? Oops. Oh, artifact here. I'm walking through. Oh my god, there's another one. I think it... Okay, it's definitely not safe over there. The artifact really fucking moves around, huh? It just started beeping faster and I didn't move. This reminds me a lot of Death Stranding for some reason. Just the way it plays and how it looks. Oh my god, that's close by! It's spawned! What? Here? There's no way! Button! What hotkey is it? Oh, my shotgun hotkey changed. It's in the wrong slot. The sound is like the fucking, you know, like the proximity cam sound on cars. Oh my god. Where the fuck did he come from? How did he walk past all of that shit? Did he? He came from up there, I think. There's no way. Oh my god. It's not done. What do I shoot? I don't even know what to shoot. Oh my god. I'm doing Trash Game December this year again, yeah. I'm gonna pick some of the lowest rated games on user score on Metacritic. And those are gonna be my 3 games I'm playing. Okay, I'm gonna move over to the PoE stream. I'll play this more tomorrow. What's that channel? Is it just Path of Exile?
Een quest begint met een magisch moment. Wil je leren spelen? Begin met Disney Lorcana Gateway.
I think drops are enabled the moment I start streaming in this category, so yeah, they should be up. Thank you, Fanny Pack Salesman, for the 25, and Deliera, and thank you, the 131 months of Tiffany, man. I have not looked at the Game of the Year stuff at all. Huh? Nani? What's in the box? I don't know yet, man. I'm not gonna solve it today, but I can at least check like what's inside. Fuck, I need scissors, I think. I'm trying to cut it with my nail, but... It took John Wong 4 hours and 30 minutes, and isn't he like smart? I got it. He is, but he also isn't. Oh, that's conflicting. How do I... Oh, there's a second tape. Fuck. Oh. Let's see. To the explorers who would follow in my footsteps, if you're reading this, then you surely find yourself enthralled to the wondrous realms we call the Atlas. The dangers are unimaginable, but the treasures are as well. I myself have but a single concern, so I leave this gift to you. The contents will allow you to shape one small part of our reality. To indelibly leave a mark of your choosing on all that comes after, assuming of course that you are worthy of the task. Those that are not just keen but lucky as well may discover something incredible. I'm not keen, but I am lucky. Oh wait, is this already... Oh, this is already the thing. Or do I take it out first? I don't know if I'm supposed to take it out first or not. Oh no. I think this is already the puzzle. It starts here with whatever this is. I don't know if it shows on the cam. Where's my hammer? Oh, it's so delicate. I'm scared of breaking stuff. I think I'll set up like a proper cam for this before I do it. I don't want to touch it. Wow, it looks really well made. What the fuck? Some high quality stuff. Look at that. I don't know if it shows like properly on cam, but it's proper woodwork and everything. It's not carton or plastic or something. Oh well, I'll set a day for this. Thank you for the 13 MM1X, thank you for the 35. Yeah, it's a Fury item. Dude, it's Valdo's puzzle. Look, come here. Valdo's puzzle box. Which means I get a dog shit item in here, but it's cool colored at least. Never opening these pieces of shit again in game.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
Up the volume a bit.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Hmm?
Oh shit! He dual wields with a fucking halberd in his hands.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
Rain?
What the fuck?
What the fuck? I was just saying, what the fuck?
On my back, Rookie! Blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready! I'm ready! It's a man.
No, it's not. Run.
What the fuck?
Captain! Captain!
Why are you here?
What is this? Dude, that looks so sick.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
The fuck?
What is this?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
I sometimes forget how brutal this universe is. It's very Berserk-like. Dark Souls-like.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this livestream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent.
Oh my god, it's good looking.
Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another.
What the
fuck? The continuation of life must be protected at all costs.
What the fuck?
Some have said my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
It's like Aztecs if they live to another 1,000 years. Yeah, it really is, right? It's fucking fantasy Aztecs. Oh my god, I love to see it. When every choice you make matters, because if you have a shit build, you won't even beat the game probably.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Oh, the new Atlas. Oh wow, that looks good. They made it a proper roadmap this time too. Look at that shit. Oh, wait. Get one of these skill trees. Atlas skill trees. I don't know what class I'm playing. I'm still gonna see. Dude, the art team of this is just fucking insane, no?
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the Endgame. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more.
Our wife.
The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
That looks like the Deadeye from the first game, no? The blonde girl.
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2.
Oh, was it all of them?
Explore the dark forests of Ogden. Traverse the barren plains.
Ah! Bled!
Traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri Desert. And
Bled number 2!
There are challenging monsters.
Say it ain't just me. Oh, it's not just me. Oh, thank fuck.
Lost camps and treasures.
It's them, it's them.
Roaming merchants. And of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same.
Right, let's give it a moment. Hopefully it just fixes itself. A moment has passed, I need to watch.
Forge unlikely bonds and uncover lost civilizations.
No!
But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available.
720p works?
Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious
fucking
melee
slow
fighter.
and ugly.
He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics and a variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
Unlock with YouTube?
Get new skills, you'll first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing...
No. They prepared a skin for this. Is it the viewer count? Is it too many? I mean, that's a lot of people. What the fuck is this, dude? Huh? What is subs? What the fuck? What is that, like 30 subs a second? What the fuck? Is this even legit? Or is someone fucking with them? I'm not sure if this is legit. Even at 176k viewers, that's not. It's never this much. I've never seen this before in any stream. Can you fake
Sir,
prime subs? I don't know.
What are we facing here?
Oh.
Precious. Those who
power intends to harness. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogden. Traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures.
It's a bit too far,
roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. it falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations.
Oh, booba.
But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them.
I don't recognize the other characters
is
at
a
all.
fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks.
Let's release the game now.
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
Oh my god.
Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them.
Yo, it looks sick.
While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake.
I'm getting cocked.
But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on.
God, this looks so fucking good.
Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you'll have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks.
Tornado shot, I see
lightning
it.
attacks bounce around.
What was that
between
other
attacks.
skill? Did you see that shock
You can also
chain
stick
arrow?
lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the
I want
bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm.
Oh my
when it's
god.
fully charged, it will make you
enchanted.
immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen.
They're enchanted right
To
away.
recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility.
What? This looks so sick!
All classes in Path of
I'm
Exile 2
playing
can
this
be
one.
controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode
Still
the
how
ice, dealing
crossbows
massive
works?
AoE damage.
They didn't ask you.
If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage.
It feels like light bolt gun.
If you want to call in
Once
some
Hunter.
suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you
Holy
litter the
shit,
battlefield
dude.
with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for
I'm
her
playing this.
while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
But it also means you can't choose, huh? Which ones you want.
Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal
Oh, it's so
arsenals.
nice. What?
Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her
I'm
army
playing
is at work?
summoner.
Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes.
She kinda
This
cute or
classic
what?
spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire.
It works on magic spells.
It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The Sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with fire skills.
Cast and Ignite!
As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes.
I need a new video card, I think.
Those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes.
Oh, but the skills are based on weapons, huh?
A Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage. Or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet.
I'm getting caught.
So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles,
it's
you get
3,000 hours gone of my life.
Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill.
If you suck at video games,
there are hundreds of support gems to choose from,
you can
and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
My wealth, it's gone. Every league is 120
the tree is generally
divided
divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor.
You can respec without turning back.
In addition to
skill
notables,
points.
you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Dual wield shields? No?
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization.
What?
Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for
There's no
maximum
life
damage.
and stuff maybe in the skill tree. Or defense in general.
If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like. But creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system.
No life, no defense, nothing probably.
You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests.
Okay.
For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items.
Oh, that's so sick.
If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find.
I think you just
For
go
example,
one for boss
if you
killing,
defeat
one for
Blackjaw
AoE,
the
no?
Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
I don't want
One
this.
of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play.
I don't want
All
this.
the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough.
Give me
We want you to
deterministic
find things on the
crafting, you
ground that can be
fucks.
crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items.
Right?
Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type.
Dog shit.
This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market. In exchange for a small gold fee.
It was a better
now,
feature.
All items in Path of Exile are freely tradable.
Let's fucking
we never
go.
bind anything to your character, except gold.
Oh, thank fuck. Dude, it went
Now, most
all
gear
in
in
on
Path
quality
of
of
Exile 2
life.
is
I love
randomly
it.
generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques.
So good.
They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger
Looks like
things that
Dark
can
Water
fundamentally
boots.
change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes.
Oh, wow.
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed.
Quill Rain is back.
Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early
the
on.
graphics.
And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to
my
match.
wife.
The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension.
Subclasses.
Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Storm Weaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell.
Dude,
With
the
Strike
artwork is
twice,
so
you can
good.
stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage.
Even just a
and
skill
going
tree,
deeper into the tree, you can make all your
picture.
damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze.
Look at the design
Not only that,
porn.
but she
It's
has many other
insane.
time manipulation abilities. Using
Fucking
Temporal
hell.
Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was.
God, that
or
looks
with Time
good.
Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries.
What?
Let all that anger out. The Titan
Hello?
class
No
is all
cooldown
about
war
hitting
cries?
big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease.
What is this
With
boss?
Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style.
Oh my, look at the fucking
With endless
design on
munitions,
that.
every attack gains an extra projectile.
They even put effort in just like with the Lion's
With
Skull. It's
Gathering
fucking split
Winds,
shot
she
from
gains
here.
a small
Oh
increase
my
to movement
god, that
speed
looks
every
good.
attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies,
These
allowing you to
designers
do
are
extra damage.
insanely good. Like the art team on PoE is just fucking
Contagious Contamination allows her to
off
spread
the charts,
poison between
honestly.
her
Like
foes,
top tier in the industry.
while overwhelming
It's gotta
toxicity
be.
doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a blood mage, a master of life and energy. All blood mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well.
I love the art of these.
Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments.
I think
some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead.
Late games are going to be playing piano in this game.
Can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage.
Well, how's that
and can allow
balanced?
their
What the
mana
fuck?
leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream,
Dude,
which
these
allows you
nodes
to
are
see into the
insane.
domain of the Breach Demons.
The fuck?
There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage.
It's insane build-defining nodes. This is
The
right
mercenary
there.
has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a witch hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on
I'm
death.
playing this.
The chance is doubled against demons and undead.
Yeah, I'm playing this.
With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you socket more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place.
Lab.
Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title
Holy.
given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
Yo, Sanctum mechanics. You saw that? They tied them together with the lab fucking trial.
In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their
fucking
attacks. But
sanctum
if you run out of
mechanics.
honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another
it's
coin in
actually
order to try
sanctum.
again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the trial of the Secumus. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests
It's time to
later
get
in the
good,
trial.
boys. No more face
Once you
tanking
have
shit.
claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of
You
the
gotta
rest of the
get
floor
good.
and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with spiked shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50%
Sanctum a core
increased
part
life.
of the game.
You will want to take
I
care
love
if you
it.
choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters.
Oh, I love it, man.
Strange
I love
artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Secuma's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is sacred water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions.
It looks easy, man. There's no way.
At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations.
Oh my god.
In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
Is he face tanking or what? Where do you see honor? Oh, it's the blue bars on the left, I think. By the HP bar. Hey, his HP went up. That was not the same video,
Having
no?
defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend.
What was
but
it?
First, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor.
Where do you see honor?
We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many
Above
more rewards
skills?
that can be
Oh,
found
okay.
within the Trial of the Secumus, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame.
No, that's...
For now,
that's
let's talk about the
equivalency.
second ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2,
Chaos?
you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Secumus is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest
I
of the
love
trial.
that they recycled
These modifiers might beef up the monsters,
PoE
curse the
mechanics.
player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes.
Good luck, guys.
In this case, we'll
Sanctum
be
or
picking
fucking
shocking
Trial
turrets.
Master. Good luck.
As you enter the room,
I'm
the
going
Trial Master
Sanctum,
will
man. Fuck
fill it
this
with hazards
bullshit.
to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
What the 3rd one's gonna be? It's not released yet, they said, right? This seems kinda easy though, just killing shit. But I think the other one's gonna be more forgiving if your build has lots of insta-kill mechanics. Like, I can't imagine playing
After
Sanctum
each
with
room, you'll
melee.
need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you.
These guys are the From Software
Should
of
you
the
be
West.
able to get through the first 3
Gotta
chambers,
be.
you will face your first boss. The order of the
Holy
bosses is
design on
random,
that boss.
and combined with the tribulations you have
What the
selected, the
fuck?
fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekhmers, then you can claim
But
2
there
more
is
points to add to
two.
your ascendancy class.
That is true.
Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to Endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the Endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough Endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way. And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player.
Fuck off.
This is already a pretty
5
significant
hours.
campaign.
5 hours
On the
max.
other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in Endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on Endgame and make that great.
Fuck off on
For new
hundreds of hours
players,
too in the last
25-hour
part.
campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release.
Oh, wow.
Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected.
My party.
All
Me
the
and my 2
areas in the
skeletons.
endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have
I'm
dialed
playing
the
this.
randomization up
I
to
did
11.
this nigga
The
game.
monster packs you will face in each map are
I'm
totally
playing it.
random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
Oh!
There are also all kinds of other random
What a fucking
encounters you might
punish!
run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items.
What if you lose
You can
all
also
around
find
yourself?
strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
See, that box of killed his island right there.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
It's essence,
Rarely,
right?
essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges.
Let's go so hard.
There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame.
Hey, it's so small.
You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free.
He's back.
In addition, you can find special
Where's my
areas that
mage
will
blood,
make a good
motherfucker?
spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit, and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come.
Yeah,
Bosses
that
are
size
not
is
the
small.
only
I
icon you
see.
will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the in-game systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with
Ooh.
Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence.
I love
By
Breach.
engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find.
Breach
You can
is so
also
nice with
find
Flicker
clasped
Strike.
hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this
Oh, they
case, you
changed
can
how they
create
works.
a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them.
The other guy was keeping it a
In
secret
this
what the
twisted
gates were.
domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants. And should you be fast
Dude, I'm
enough, you
playing
will
Monk.
be able to fight their leader,
Flicker
Zech.
Strike Monk.
We that are one.
Oh fuck. I cannot overstate enough how fucking insane the art team is in this game. What the fuck are they eating to cook this well? Where's this guy's damage? What is damage numbers on the top above the enemy HP bar? Fast forward 18 hours.
This is just one of the pinnacle
Look, when it hits
encounters
the
of
reds.
PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree.
Yeah, total
Allocating
damage in
these
whatever
points
time
will
span,
make
I guess.
breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast.
The fuck? What was that
Ritual
slab? I didn't even
altars
see the
are
charger
sacrificial
port.
sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists.
If you encounter this symbol on the atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute.
God, that's so good looking.
One
The
of the rewards
explosions.
you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for meta crafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while
Deterministic
keeping the ones
crafting.
you do. There are
Let's
a bunch
fucking
more of these with
go.
different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably
today,
want to
bully.
use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by and
I'm playing SSF, I
A
think.
mysterious entity has taken a special
This sounds
interest
so much
in
more
you.
fun for this.
Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting
SSF
your
with my
mind.
brother,
You must
like,
stay within the mist to maintain the
Little
nightmare,
bro
which
SSF.
is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to
Oh, his
overstay your
HP bar,
welcome.
did you see that?
Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree.
What if
This
you
is
have no
like gaining an
emotions?
extra passive point for free, attached to your gear.
Oh,
They are
it's
also
oils.
particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would
Oil,
normally be
boys.
much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog
God,
dissipate
this
slower,
class looks so
or improve
sick.
your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium.
Like a fucking
Speaking of
Giga
which,
Chad.
every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories.
What the fuck, simulacrum?
Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient
Skipping
burial
this
sites
mechanic.
with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the
Tips for new
artifacts for
players?
useful
Just
items
play, dude, you'll
and
be fine.
runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases
by the time you
radius
reach
of
this,
explosives,
you'll be like
while
35
this
hours
one
in, dude.
increases the number of remnants you will find.
You don't need to know everything.
Eventually, you
Be
might
ready to
discover
fill,
a lot.
and it's okay to fill.
These are special maps full of buried treasure
It's all
and
good,
relics. Essentially, one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants.
What if you
Be
don't
careful,
fail? Then you're
many
fucking
remnants
Chad.
have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can
Don't
handle.
look up
There
builds
are
on that.
all
You don't
sorts
have
of
to,
interesting
though.
things buried
Just be
under
ready
the
to
ground in
fail.
logbooks.
And
You
understand
might
it's
find
okay to
dripping
fail.
caves and
Enjoy your
hidden
game.
pirate caches,
All you have to do.
But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to Endgame 2.
Is it too much
Just
info?
like the other Endgame
This
systems,
info is not meant for
they
new
also have
players.
progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them.
Like this
As you
info,
get higher level
nothing is too
coins
much for
the
me right
trial
now.
of the
I just understand
Sycamores,
everything I'm
you will
saying.
unlock more floors to explore.
It's Endgame.
Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill.
But if you don't know the game, then it's going to be overwhelming,
There
of
are
course.
4 floors in
It's
total,
very simple.
leading to
You simply
another
just have to play
pinnacle
the
boss
game.
at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives
Just play the
lightning
game.
damage
I mean, it
and
is
shock
like that,
chance,
you
for
know?
example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to
you don't
gain
need
a
to
lot
know
of
this. The
power
first
here.
40 hours
There
you
are
play
also
this game.
other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves.
You don't need
but
to know
affect
any
other
of this.
passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant
Holy
amount of power
fuck.
from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency
Just like I
items,
said,
making them even
just be
stronger.
accepting of
If
yourself
you
for
can complete
failing.
the entire trial, overcoming all 4 floors,
For
the final boss
losing,
will reward
for
you
making
with
the
one
wrong
of
build,
many
the wrong
unique
choice.
relics.
Everything is fine.
These relics will be
Just
consumed
live
when used on your next run, but
and
can
learn
reward you
and
with
improve your
unique
builds and then move
powerful
on.
items. For example, this is the last
And you will be
flame.
completely fine,
If
man.
you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run.
Understand that it's normal to fail. Like this fucking guy right
The
here.
Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher
I'm gonna
levels,
fail for sure.
The number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style,
And then I'm gonna
this
go
allows
at
you
it
to
again.
take even more risks
And then again, and
for
then again,
even
and
more
again.
rewards.
Until
At
it's
endgame,
perfect.
You can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run, stacking 10 tribulations.
I expect
on
my
top of
flicker
each
stack to
other
have
will make
thousands
this
of
a
deaths by the time I
significant
complete
challenge,
campaign.
But it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs. Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random mysterious outcomes.
I'm playing Bo SSF.
Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Val Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods.
Oh god, the
Val Orbs
fucking
can even
gumba on this is
modify units,
insane.
Adding enchantments or sockets to
I
units
hate
can
the
make them
gumba on
incredibly
this,
powerful,
fuck.
But there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial
You
Master
found the
will
skill to
also
be too
occasionally
intimidating?
offer you soul cores.
I wonder why that
Originally
is though,
formed by Chaos,
because
the Val sought to
you
replicate
don't
soul cores through
have to
human
have a
sacrifice
perfect build to beat
rituals
everything in the
and
game.
blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores
As
are
I've said,
powerful
you can
socketable
simply play the
items
game
with
and just
mods
be
that
satisfied
cannot
with
be
what you
obtained
have.
from regular runes.
It doesn't have to clear everything in one go, it doesn't have to do
Like
everything
all in-game
perfectly at all
content,
times.
There is, of course, a pinnacle boss.
When
The final
something
chamber
feels
will
like
drop
off,
keys to this
simply improve
mysterious
it.
door. Some say this is where the
Dying
Trial
too much,
Master
add some
himself
defense.
resides.
Enemies dying too
Perhaps
slow,
you are
add some more
willing to take
damage.
the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have
Usually
been
when
using
people
on your
say the
journey
game is
through
too
the
complex,
Endgame.
it's because
It
they're
is
watching
clear from the
streamers
entrance that there are 3 keys
that have
required to
10,000
enter.
hours in the game.
Local factions are vying for
And you're on
access to
like the
fortress
first 2
in
hours
order
playing
to seize
campaign.
the power they believe will be inside. Each of the factions' leaders have
But if you
managed
just
to get
play
their
and
hands on
don't
one
think
of the
about too
keys,
much
so you will need to
and
defeat
just
them.
improve your build slowly,
Each faction
you'll be
is led
completely
by an
fine.
Uber Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful.
Almost
If you
everything
fail
is
against
reversible, yeah.
either of the lieutenants, or to
I don't
kill
think you
the
can ever
leader,
really
they
break
will
yourself,
move
though.
on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy
That guy.
huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right
that
now
one's
in
ugly.
PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access
I'm buying that
starts.
one.
Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss
Ew.
found in the hunting grounds.
The fuck is this?
This one doesn't look so
Why
vicious
is he
though.
naked like a human from below? What the fuck?
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Y-Hander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile
Hillock.
1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of
look at his
traversing the
legs.
sands of the Vasteri plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will
There's no
periodically
pay to win in
release
this.
their energy in a powerful
This is all
blast
cosmetic
while in
stuff.
town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin.
Someone's face is still there, look.
Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile
These
1.
are basically just supporter packs where you
want
just
to
support the
truly show your
developers
worth
and
as
that's
the King
it.
of the Faradin,
And they give you
then
a bunch of skins for
definitely
it.
need your trusty moving entire
So
city
they're obscenely
fortress known as the
expensive.
Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect, the King of the Faradin Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and
My
back
wife.
attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin. and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Val did. Thaumaturge of the Val supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Val Kiwi pet. And the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt. But if you don't want one, you can opt out in return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the
My
Karui
FPS.
people would disagree.
My
Why not drop a
3080 Ti is
gigantic
crying.
totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to endgame maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance Crossbow skin, the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history. The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing
my
concept
God, my
art
wife.
and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't
I wonder
exist,
how many people found
such as
mine.
crossbows
I
or
put a
flares.
bunch of easy mage
And there are
plots
also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2
on
at the start of
the
early
maps.
access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the Early Access supporter pack that just includes a key and
I put
supports
one
to
tier
spend in the
17
store.
easy Mage Blood
Then you
map,
can
yeah.
upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout Early Access.
And there's a second thing I put an easy Mage
We'd
Blood
really
on too.
like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without
It
you
wasn't
guys,
modless, but it was
Path of Exile 2 could not
reasonable.
have happened.
No crazy things.
Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Thank you, Bailey, for the Prime. Cricket Jam, thank you for the 21. Francis Munch, thank you for the 53. Lazarman, thank you for the Prime. Ton 7, thank you for the 9. Samura Gutta, thank you for the 42, man. Alright, let's watch this section, and then I'm done so too. It's getting late. Oof.
To the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired
This
already
audio's
just
kinda
watching
off.
things.
You've got to do design whenever you can.
That's on their side. Okay.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, you know, limping along and kind of, you know, just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, yeah, there is enough content. Because, yeah, it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, you know, maybe a basic mapping placeholder.
Fucking hell, he's there!
and your 3 acts and you know, the half the classes.
It's not an online interview this time.
You've made a decision here clearly that's got the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, like, I mean, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, like, you know, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is like a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, you know, like that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, like, what is the minimum number of like different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices. And that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, you know, and their campaigns intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Like, let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and like, it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, you know, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because like, okay, like, so we're you know, we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten, you know, all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on, you know, that we you know, it's like pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. Like, that was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole, you know, like environment art team, it's like, you know, they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, you know, like, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, like, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years?
Jesus.
I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's like just this
What the
epic
fuck?
journey. Whereas none of them, you know, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time. So some of us are like, you know, we're just churning out in-game with every league and doing all of that. But for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, yeah, it was quite jarring to swap over. But everyone embraced it. You know, we talked about it. Everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you. So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and
I will play release.
It makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, like, if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Yep, absolutely.
Pretty
well, as I
exciting.
said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, you know, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know,
I will be
we've got a game
streaming it,
for
yeah.
both them and for all the new players.
6th of December.
Bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what
Early
Path of
access is
Exile 1 has taught
$30.
us.
It's not free.
And again, it's
You can simply
like,
wait for 4 game release though.
I'd say lessons
I'm
learned,
not,
you know,
but
for
you
the
can.
genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff. But yeah, certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves. Yes, PoE1 has like, you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have it. Yeah, we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even.
I'm
really
gonna buy
know
the
because,
480
like, you never
supported
know what
pack.
people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping.
I
it'll take
usually
people
buy
a
them.
while to be able to.
They're giving me so many hours in
work
this
it out,
game, man.
But, you know, you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people are like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez. Okay, we got this. Is where we've got it now, is it?
So but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
Yeah, for sure.
A
There's stuff to
relearning
learn.
period.
There's stuff
you
to
know?
learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, like as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from
My
everything else.
stream
We're
looks
not going to just like
greenish?
have
That's
recycled
weird.
stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know,
I don't know,
each one's
man.
got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like
What class I'm gonna
carefully
start
thought
with?
about
I'm playing
that,
monk.
like, you know, fit in with the world, and it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, you know, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything. And so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made, 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, attraction pieces of the game, and anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe
dream. I've never been a fan of these codename things
it
like
was
that.
it was this like there were times way back in the original Office. There was all this like. Sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile 2 campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have. You're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it.
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for there's like a bunch of people on the PoE 2 team who have who, like they have this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact, because we release content for PoE 1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE 2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out, right? Like,
even for them, wow,
way more difficult. Like when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing, right from the ground up again. It's like, wow, there's way more stuff there, and like there's even things like the passive tree, where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day.
Early access, 6th of December.
I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing in
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So a few little. I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the endgame focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore. It should be pretty significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE 1 leagues are, where you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. So firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it will be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point, there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's. No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's
that
the idea.
People will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So, I guess we'll have to see what gives a unique balance.
You talked about the playing for a week or how long are we expecting? Yeah. Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, there's a lot of game to play here to discover.
The first weeks of this game is going to be the most fun.
The new world building,
100%.
Unique items, the ascendancy classes.
Just being oh my god, the synergy of this and that, it's going to be fucking crazy.
The, endgame systems, the bosses, it's not going to be this, I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean? Yeah. Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace.
Oh, my poor free time.
That's the beauty of a new game as well, which
it's gone.
We haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1. Or other games.
Playing minions, so I'm doing Flicker Stack first.
Actually discovering the entire world, and there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. I'm maybe even diving in yourself 100%. I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well, that
new discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet.
I kind of hate watching it too, exactly. You get so blue-balled, man. Fuck.
Discovery.
That's why I usually don't watch game traders.
You
get cocked.
Player profiles, teamy spikes, and things like that.
Getting cocked.
For both of exiled characters.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players.
It's always a good time to play PoE, because you can always just play the game at your own pace.
All of that is just so cool. So we're gonna get
it's a free-to-play game anyway. There's no reason not to try.
Genuinely exciting to just see how people are going to think. What's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos? What's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because 1 exalt. Given that exalt is now,
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably
ad remove will still be.
People don't appreciate, by the way. So when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. in PoE 2. Like we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, like.
I
thing.
can see Exalt's becoming the new kind of like chaos.
Yeah, I think actually that
chaos
it will
being
be.
the new divine.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
But, like, that's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like they were already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates?
I think the full game is going to be free.
I mean, we certainly
and you're going to have to buy inventory stash tabs eventually for late game.
To release it's like, oh my god, like we have to look at it.
But the whole game will be not pay to win in any way or shape.
Any less than 6 months in.
It's design philosophy on their parts.
Being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025. I think really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that like all of the things like we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're going to
stash tabs are actually not. I kind of have necessary. My brother cleared everything in the game without map tab.
Oh crap!
He only had curency tab. That's it.
Crazy thing out, and we found this thing, and that's.
Oh my god! Just thinking about it hurts my head.
When we add content to PoE 1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested, and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do.
That was a few leagues back. I forgot which one it was.
We have, just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds.
I don't remember which one it was.
Like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated.
It was around Sanctum, yeah. But I don't think it was exactly Sanctum.
Be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
I bought them the tabs. Yes.
There's nothing we can even do.
I bought them like 4 big tabs, one shop tab, the map tab, and like 3 of the random mechanics ones.
But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
I couldn't fucking look at it anymore, man.
Like, are you literally really doing 12 classes in 36 sentences?
Because I was just talking to him, and it was like, it's so annoying, dude. Like my tier 16 map of this map got full. And he was like, oh, huh? What do you mean? And then I realized he didn't have a fucking map tab.
A studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently.
What you can do is you wait for the sale for the stash tabs. There's always a sale at some point.
Yeah, there's stuff to come. I mean, look,
and then just buy it.
Out like we announced it. We've talked.
It's like half off or something like that.
I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap.
Yeah, week 2 or week 3 of the league. Every other weekend. Yeah, I see it all the time whenever I check the shop.
Because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for, is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where they may, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more.
I don't think they have a set time for the beta. So there's no usually even involved in this regard.
Like a year down the line or even longer. And where we like to remain very, very
GGG
dynamic
is a very...
it's
ready when it's ready type of company.
This is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously.
So we'll see,
Sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So
this truly is the From Software.
Try not to get too strict.
The non-Japanese one.
Generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service.
It's a stash tab. Stash is just a place where you put your items.
Very, very important.
At some point, there's so many random small like currency items, unique items, whatever, that you're gonna need extra space.
So that actually is a good point. Like,
and you have to pay for those. But yeah, it's a late game thing. It's something you never have to worry about until you actually clear the game. It's on campaign, and then play a little bit more even.
Key to shaping the game in the future, like the actual beta.
You can easily play the first like 35 hours to 40 without paying anything.
Really good for the development.
Never worrying about anything at all.
To a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like, okay, everything we make is shipping.
People are
soon,
seeing
you know,
this.
like get back into this. You know, people are seeing, you know, like actually getting back into that and like and like being able to sort of see directly, like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really like that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, we you know, before we released PoE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company. Like, we are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, you know, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, you know, certainly in less time than, you know, than 3 months away.
It's paid to hoard more items, yeah. But it's a lot of quality of life to have specific stash tabs.
Like really long-term things.
So you don't have to go through all of your fucking inventory stash tabs and, you know, get the item you want. Instead, they just sort it for you and things like that.
Perspective
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be really great to get back to that again.
Yeah. I honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say, you know, personally speaking,
tips for new class start on.
Mentioned it briefly about
the class doesn't matter so much, but I would recommend you play a caster.
Obviously, pretty
because casters the skill of magic damage,
Plus,
and magic damage is a lot easier to play around than physical damage.
You know, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. You know, these are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, you know, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving.
And don't play melee, I guess,
right?
if you're completely new.
Are things
play
that
any kind of
need
range
to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And you, especially as you get towards this point,
melee is very viable, but you need a bit of extra knowledge to play it properly.
Like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right, and you get less and less testing as it goes on because you get less people. You know, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback. And
I'm sure melee is really good right now, but if you compare it to anything else,
and the thing is,
caster, ranger, anything, you know, it's just going to be easier.
We'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because like the game is pretty hard, you know, it can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of like, you know, if things are difficult, you know, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, you know, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've seen that a lot where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again. Some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was that no? I think we haven't. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like, it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, flask piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble, just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning. And then even at Endgame, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like, you know, just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at Endgame. And
I hate flask management.
This in PoE1 with the you know, some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, you know, like it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood, really.
Sure, I guess, sure.
I mean, it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But you know, so the point is, effectively, that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, you know, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, you know, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not not matter as much. I mean, obviously, you know, people want instant recovery and things like that, but you know, like but like now it's like the actual, it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to Floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so that there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do? You
can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like, you know, the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, you know, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip two life flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now, just it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana, not
Of course,
necessarily
so we've got Leech edition number 475 of how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. You know, I think it works, and I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I think I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the
funny
fore.
hearing about this.
We know about the Leech one.
But no one is happy about giving accuracy, but no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, oh, you know, it can give this or this, whatever. But there's like, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's like it's outrageous.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then that's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and
Not
we're still
saying
discussing
Dex.
dexterity.
So I go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to, but as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February league, and we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project, is that. You've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
funnily enough,
it's just like all that stuff is then is like coming up soon. So but we'll see how it goes. But we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, I just want to always make it clear that, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Must be a capture code thing.
Obviously, we pivoted to Endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many how many of the uniques are broken? How many, and where do all these resources go? There are like
just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is that there's always problems. And
hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and we
don't have to see all the fires.
Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it. And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept. But it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because no one had a chance to kind of like
imagine patching something in an hour
or whatever.
Storm shard bug was there for months or some shit.
Just because there's so
it was in tournaments, man.
I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators.
And that's a competitive game.
The elevator, you know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am liking my mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
This one, he's just finding fires already. No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release,
I hope I run into some broken shit.
There's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what?
I want to be the reason they fix something.
Obviously, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience. Under belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both teams.
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic. To put it lightly, it was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE 2 is much better than what it was in PoE 1. There's a lot more kind of, I guess, that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. Like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in.
What do you mean?
All those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light, like between the acts, there's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access.
I said like that.
Later on that.
What's wrong with how they said?
Ultimately, we just want to make sure that, I think a lot of people who got through the PoE 1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But one thing I will say though is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that like when you're playing a second time that it feels like we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning about we don't take the control out of the player's hands.
So I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying, like because there's just this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like like that can be cool, but then if you're like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to just be able to go to the NPC
27,000
and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So like effectively we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's like all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. So you know, that kind of stuff is really important just to make the that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
Yes,
encouraged.
absolutely.
So
you're
you're allowed to cheat the quests
Effectively,
because you know what to do.
there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you know you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint. So you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Sure.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, you know, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to, were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
But I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly.
Oh, yo, that's the one I have. Oh, you can take it out of the box. Oh,
I mean,
shit.
I'm gonna try, but who knows how many
I wasn't
hours
sure if it
it's gonna
was
take me.
part of the box or not. Oh, yeah, it comes out.
So we had a fun
I got
moment
it.
earlier where
Oh,
you were
wow,
watching
it's
it
so
and you were like,
pretty.
oh, we really need to rename that passive.
Oh, look at
It's
this.
a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl, and the Great Wolf obviously being a.
So you went out there.
It's all made of wood.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then
I wasn't sure if like this was part of the puzzle or not, like the container, because it didn't come out instantly.
Was adopted by a Izamite and raised, and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Izamite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here,
and I didn't want to like brute force anything, like putting it out or something like that.
Chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For
You
sure.
even mentioned that the ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
I'll solve it on stream.
That's wild.
We just
I want to set a day
So
aside for it.
The acolyte of, and I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of, is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have.
Anyway, I'll have a hammer on backup, so
there's like an order
I'm
of,
winning no matter what.
To worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So and they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Like because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well.
There's a clock
so, for example,
on this side.
That one, you've got that into the breach skill.
There's a sundial on this side.
All the time, you can see the like.
Okay, I don't want to go into the solving.
Cool inspiration there. So coming up
but
with
it's
that
so
storyline
interesting.
Stuff, for
fucking
that stuff,
hell.
I think just
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze.
I can't do it now, man.
Yeah,
my chat was telling me all the things took 4 hours. One took 16, one took 7, one took 6.
He's like,
there's no way I'm doing it now. It's almost midnight.
And it's like, and so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable.
I'm a fucking brainlet, dude. I'm gonna need days.
Quirks and quips everywhere. different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes, like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So, you know, she needs to find a way to, you know, she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. You know, like we've got things like, you know, the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, you know, was an orphan. You know, he was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. You know, we've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into, you know, just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world, you know, they didn't just come into existence the moment that you...
There's other little things. So, like, more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, find, and yeah, awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, the there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, you know, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, you know, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, you know, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you know, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, you know, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit of
history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives, again, a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah,
I like that
awesome.
a lot because, like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool. I want the baddies to be
The
cool.
campaign is pretty nice if you play for the first time. People that usually complain are people like me who've played through it like 1,000 times.
Without me having to
And your first time is completely fine, man.
And it sounds like there's more of
You
that
just
going
chill.
on.
Play whatever class you want to play.
The baddies being cool, I mean, that's
I'm
how we
watching you
almost
cook.
designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like, we should make that a class. And then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely come on.
There already is almost nothing that comes close to PoE in action RPGs, man.
That's gonna be cool. And you can do
Diablo is usually like a really good entry point to the genre, but in terms of complexity, PoE is like 1000x, you know, it's just off the charts.
Can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future, and like I want to do a lot more of that stuff, like for the
like the amount of things
Warbringer,
they considered for PoE at all.
When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them.
It's not close.
Kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic.
There's just so many options of what type of build you want to play.
Add tattoos as well.
What you can play and make.
When you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture.
And you can even keep it super simple too, and still just beat the whole thing.
As opposed, and this is a character, as opposed to this is just a mechanic, and you know,
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes in you.
Absolutely. We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like, you know, play the Blood Mage, and now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost blood bending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with
Isn't that usually the
For
case?
sure, because I mean the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills,
Yeah.
whatever weapons. Sure,
Yeah,
you're on
right?
passive
Like,
tree to
I
start
find the
point, but
classes are
by high level.
usually kind of
go
whatever.
wherever
It's
you
just like
wanna
your
go.
starting points.
Using jewels, especially getting off class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, yeah, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah.
Yeah. So you want to make that super cool.
Classes are still important in this.
And on that note,
But the ascendancies, like the subclasses, are much more important.
And a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out.
And it seems like in Period 2, they're even more build defining. Like some of the shit
So effectively,
I saw was
in the
ridiculous.
Full game, there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively,
There were like
you can use any of
multiple
those
build
ascendancy
defining
trials
nodes
to be able to
on
do
every
ascendancy.
single subclass.
Yeah, you choose which one. And
Which supported pack will I get? I'm gonna get the 481.
As you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the.
It's
different
just
content.
like
I mean, you might think that
games that give me
but
so many
even within the
hours.
trials, there's
Like I just feel like I have to give back at some
I know
point.
There's always contention around traps.
Like how many games have I
because
bought
in
that
the,
costed 60 euros for like an 8 to 10 hour campaign? You know.
Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose.
And these
which
guys
rooms you
give me
want to go to.
thousands of
You don't
hours.
want to deal with traps. You just don't pick those rooms, right? Like
you don't go to the gauntlet
Don't go
rooms.
to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do
and
the
like,
combat ones.
Do the combat
Do the-
ones, and that's
yeah.
fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something.
What about Dota? I spent a lot on Dota, dude.
Divisive content, but lots of choice.
I think my
what not to do, and then
Queen
we're
of
embracing
Pain
the
and the
here now
Windrunner
and that.
Arcana?
I mean, you're
Not the
clearly
Arcana,
leaning into
the
that
what's
now.
it called?
You
Like
have, such
the
a
skin
competitive
swap.
advantage in that you have so much
That alone
content,
is like
and even
300
in
euros or
PvP,
some
that's
shit.
Still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is.
And I bought
spicier,
like almost all of the battle passes and everything. I think I spent well over like 2 to 3k on Dota.
And having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more.
But I have like 27,000 hours in the game. It's fucking is nothing compared to what they've given me back.
You can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller
And I mean,
progression if you want.
and there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything
Yeah.
that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too.
That said, though, I feel like they haven't released any skins worth buying since those. I think the Window and the Quapon were like the best ones by
But
far.
if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the radius jewels, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very
First
similar.
we was in 2012.
It's
Thank you so much, man.
Like a Marraketh trial now, and we've changed it. A lot of things about it have changed, and like the content is new, but it is.
I didn't buy the Drow Spectre because I don't play those heroes,
that sort of
so I just gonna like skip them
roguelike,
altogether.
Mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So yeah, a lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played, would probably be like, "What? I don't understand."
Yeah, effectively, the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard.
I don't care about me being pro before
anyway,
to give back to Dota
Of
now.
course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well.
It's
and
more
if you
just that I
want
enjoy
a
my time
larger
playing
dose
Dota.
of Val Orbs, and you don't want to trade. Feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition. But
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable.
Gold is exactly. Gold is like usually the one thing you trade.
And every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
Absolutely.
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively.
That's funny.
So How on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed.
Oh.
I guess it was a little bit too harsh.
You can
for
just
if I
spam
did
it.
another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing.
It's like you're wasting offerings or something. Okay, that's easy
yeah,
then,
so
no?
pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah, so
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did.
That's it. I'm trying it on my first try.
I did.
I'm doing it.
I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss
You
fight.
came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But
Yeah,
that was
were
part of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE2.
He made the game. He doesn't even know what the fuck.
Across half the arena.
But that's like the thing about PoE, right? They just put shit in the game. They're like, oh, what the fuck?
It was good fun. I quite liked it. I mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that is fun.
100%.
So you've got these.
I'll be streaming
2
lots of
roguelike
PoE too,
dungeons
for sure,
that are
dude.
going into the beta that launched, but they're
I'll probably play it
very
off stream
differently.
too.
One's
I'll
got
see,
the
I'll
honor
see.
system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on in scale.
December is no other games, I think, so I might just play PoE all December.
Character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is
Unless
really
like
cool.
And then with
big
Ultimatum,
Dota
and
patch
ju-
comes
and ju-
out.
and just because people will ask.
Oh, there's some
Ultimatum,
Dota
they're
tournaments I want to watch. There's Bangkok and there's Blast.
And no honor system and ultimatum. If you just want more of a pure
And then bad games at the last like 3 or 4 to 3 to 5
and then there's
days.
gonna be a third one as well, which
They will eventually.
Yeah, there's gonna be lots of PoE at least. It's like minimum 20 days PoE, I think.
A third trial, so people sort of broadly know that the Kuruia in Act 4, so it's the question of how would the Kuruia ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend and ultimatum, we want the trial master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val.
It looks really good,
can't
yeah.
stop thinking
Dude,
about
the
all this stuff.
art design
I did hear
is
a few of his
fucking
lines in
off
some
the
of the gameplay
charts.
It was quite good.
I don't remember the last time I've been so impressed just looking at video game
A little
art.
salty sometimes.
Just
but
like
yeah.
the way the
Taking
monsters
his power,
look.
it seems.
And just like the
So,
presentation of the
we
skill
have,
tree of the
we have the unique
ascendancy
rewards from
classes,
each
like, you
of
know,
them,
like
but,
there's all these small
Like I
things.
said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then
It
there
looks
are
so fucking good.
unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And there's something planned to be unique
Definitely got the
from
eye
the
for
final
it.
third trial that will be
Whoever's
out
working on the whole shebang.
Yes, there is already. I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs.
How
from
many
the
games
Ultimatum
have
in
like
particular,
themed skill tree
They seem like they're
presentations,
a lot more
man?
important, a lot more
They made the
powerful.
necromancy in a heart shape. They made the Deadeye in a bow shape or something.
Is a lot better with how they work. So yeah. So one of the things.
Man,
that
it looks so fucking good.
That implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there.
Yeah.
And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above.
Actually, Skyrim did it, yeah.
Which is,
Oh, dude,
also
yeah.
kind of powerful.
It just reminded me.
So especially with the soul.
Oh, fucking hell, Skyrim really did. They had
trial of the,
what do they call it? Like the star
Chaos,
signs.
you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods.
It
that are
wasn't as
typically a bit
stylish
beyond
though,
what
but
you
yeah, they
normally
did do
get,
it.
like on regular items. Whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of
and
item.
things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that.
I
kind
played
of stuff.
Skyrim, of
effectively,
course.
the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus one socket. I mean, it's something that everyone will want. But on the other hand, there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's they are.
I finished the campaign. Yeah.
They are, yeah.
But like if you think about we talked about enchantment. Yeah, so some slots you might value.
Most devs are not this dedicated to the game, but also like a lot of video games, they just get made for a paycheck, right? Like they just show up and work, and this is normal. These guys. They're like making a game they want to play.
Enchantment, we just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing.
And that is something you don't see often in this industry. Like it's just
say regular rare items. It will.
It's like a chef, that wants to cook food that he wants to eat.
Modifiers at effectively do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6.
And I think they don't have
and as much as
that
AAA
title pressure that so many like say Sony games have.
Take away the good
ones. And so many of these other like fucking. I don't even know what they're like all the console games especially. It used to be common. It used to be more common for sure. But it's an industry, so people need to make money.
Something else that I don't want, and I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not?
Yeah, this is certainly a really high quality passion project. That's why I like to compare them to From Software.
Helmet, and I was like, yo. Awesome.
Oh, I can talk shit about the game, dude. I talk shit about the game all the time. My main complaints about the game is usually quality of life stuff.
For example, if you have
like the game gives me carpet tunnel, man.
3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes. It could even be an option, or hopefully.
I still want things like auto loot.
Mods,
I want things where I don't click so much. I want ID schools gone. There's so many things, man.
Right, like that item's now dead. So.
But the good outweighs the bad, so here we go.
Result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
And they're working towards quality of life. Every single patch, and now period 2, there's so many things that are changing.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
just
no,
he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied. But it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life counts heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life counts heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Calm's heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. Ooh. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being? Or do I want the socket?
Still tunneling Stalker from yesterday?
An choice and adds an extra
what the fuck,
of
dude?
corruption to unique items that is...
Godspeed, my man.
Defining of uniques. Interesting.
I had a 50 gig patch, by the way, last night. I hope you don't get hit by that.
Surely there's going to be
not sure what was up with that.
Max res or something like that.
I mean, we'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah.
It's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the class. We've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just like. If you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist, and you can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but you know the drill. And
the third class is so on the plate he doesn't even know. I don't even know. Everyone's Slayer.
Like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. They all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong.
What is the third class of fucking duelist?
But there's nothing that's like, kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now, when you're like,
Gladiator.
More your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into
no one plays fucking Gladiator, man. I don't know a single Gladiator.
More crazy, and you got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like, mutate yourself. It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles.
Oh, it's good now. That's nice.
It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So. I really like that. That's awesome, and we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely.
It's like all
there.
3 of you here.
And then one thing that's
all 3 Gladiator players.
More to the expectation of the trope. For example, the Deadeye to the Ranger. And but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that. you might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right?
Yeah.
Playing spells, like keeping all of that open. That
I was
flexibility,
watching Mage
that kind of
Fist
crazy, you
make
know,
a
for the
fucking
joint
Deadeye
players, as
Flicker
we call
Strike
it, out
build.
there who want to just completely experiment.
I don't
and
even know,
figure
like,
out,
how does he make
you
that
know,
work? Like, what
most
the fuck?
broken,
What's the
weird stuff.
synergy?
You know, and you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my
SSF,
second
yeah,
weapon set, I'm
absurd.
using a spellcaster staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side. And you got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye archer spellcaster mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers. And so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, you know, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows, or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad, and now, you know, opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the Mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. There's no, you don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that, and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that path of exile.
There's no release date yet for the full game, I think. So it's just an indefinite early access.
Go with the trope, perfectly fine.
And then I suppose the game's ready when it's
Sounds
ready.
like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
sure.
But it sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally the plan was to like have all of the PoE 1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign.
6 to 12 months, yeah, but that's what they say, right? I expected it to be longer.
So it sounds like some of them are coming forwards, but is it all just being
like the amount of content they put out already? I think they're gonna need more.
Way back when we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over, but at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So yeah, I mean, look, we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently.
All the classes are playable. You're thinking of ascendancies.
Like there are things that certainly carry over.
Was it 6 or 8 available? I'm not sure.
It's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like, how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE 1 class to work? It's just way better to look at it. Here's all the things we want.
Well, it's still so big.
So, well, yeah, like when you only have now the life and mana
Wait,
flask
there
and
want
stuff.
12 classes?
Things don't work quite the same, but then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually
did
do wonder
that,
if
you could,
Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly.
About stacking charms.
So it's
the fuck are they cooking, dude?
Here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like here's the PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
They're not balancing this game.
It sounds very epic.
30 of those will be useless. They're not balancing this shit.
Very well.
There's no fucking way.
Moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about like skills. so much for us to discover in the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there and didn't quite make it. Yeah, and like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you come with, okay.
I agree. I don't think you need proper balance anyway.
Number of skills.
The main goal should always be fun. Fun over anything else.
When you actually come up with all of
although fun does diminish when some classes are like incredibly powerful and others are just left in the fucking dust.
You end up not being fun.
There should be some balance,
Stuff like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend to people to be able to do. Then you need things like the the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class.
It's not practically a single player game. I think that's just for a lot of people. I usually play lots of PoE together with my brother. Like we clear the pinnacle bosses together, we level up together, we map together and everything. It's very efficient too to map together.
And like it does take.
It goes fast.
Like, to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. Yeah, that's been.
And we just split the loot.
We didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes.
But Izaro? I don't know, man.
We were thinking we would have 8.
There's no way they ditch Izaro.
But
he
yeah,
has
when
to
it
come
actually
back.
came down to actually getting to actually finish something, like it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support.
I think even if Izaro doesn't come back in like a big dungeon, I'm sure he's gonna be some event boss fight somewhere.
We want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes.
I love that voice actor.
Force things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. Yeah, like it was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So, yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff. There's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is, when you click that all gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find flame wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not
automated
like
weapon swapping.
Push the button a bunch of times.
Based on the skill
or
what?
Trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So
No,
that's
there's
like
a
all of
lot-
a sudden I'm like, oh well, why can't I use a sword on the
Oh,
other
that's so
hand?
sick.
You absolutely
I thought I was gonna be pressing the swap for every single time I wanted the other sets.
Yeah, I mean that stuff is like.
Oh, that's so
crazy.
sick,
I mean,
man.
Like, in the actually, there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff, with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw, it, I was like, oh man, that's like
so insane. You just set up like a triple curse build or
I didn't
something.
even know about that.
And then you go back to your main building, you fuck them up.
Some of the footage they recorded.
Jeez, man.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades, which you can blow up with your explosive grenades. But then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground. Then, so my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because like some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like and Mark's like.
But to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. It's like you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it.
Oh, botting is really a boring concept. I'm glad they're staying away from it.
It's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting 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 ting.
Armor explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have some other thing, and you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with
I feel like they're gonna crash the servers again.
Because they can.
Remember when Castle Critical first got abused?
Everyone's running around with Quill
and it was casting like fucking 80 times a second or some shit.
Yeah,
and
it was breaking servers.
We had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean that's historically accurate.
Yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, frost walls, and all that. It returns.
Yeah, it had no cooldown, so it was based on how many times you could hit per second, and it was like some absurd amount.
Really fun, but yeah,
it was so many times per second, and the servers just died.
Being in multiplayer, play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing it's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer. And I'm of the like, you better not keep that something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like you get a
builds.
situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then.
Like you're supposed to be making a game, not
Exactly.
hiding your good
I
builds.
legitimately had a Monday meeting, and whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? Those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, you got a good weapon, and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation. Because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like, I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
No, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good.
I'm gonna play monks then.
Stuff, especially in the last month.
I saw Flicker Strike on the staff, and I'm going Flicker Strike. Although I guess everything can go for the staff.
A lot more of that, and people are understanding what the.
I gotta check the ascendancies, I guess. See what passives I want.
The power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels, and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it's
not doing Flicker 30 plus. What do you mean, dude? You know how Flicker Strike plays? I assign my main attack Flicker Strike on spacebar and I hold it down, and that's my gameplay. I don't do anything else.
Like freeze, if you're gonna have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options.
Sometimes I have to left click because there's like no mobs in range,
to have choice, you can't just have 5. Here's your 5 freeze things, and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it, so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there.
Will there be any challenge? I mean, the game is always going to have a challenge. Like the only times PoE won't give you a challenge is if you already solved everything, and that's usually people with God knows how many hundreds of hours.
But
if you're just starting out, or if you're just like an intermediate player, you're definitely gonna struggle on so many different things, from bosses to like tier 17 maps, juiced up content in the game, random fucking mechanics. Like, you're not stomping those.
And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no like. We can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is, and so I really don't like.
The game is only easy if you literally look up everything, follow guides,
as much as possible. But in this
and then just do everything they tell you to. But really, do you really want to play games like that? It's better you play.
If you end up in a situation where you I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly.
It's actually a really fun game to figure out.
Less choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing. It is actually much worse to have that because it results in this outcome. But like that's a kind of more subtle argument that like you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice because you no longer have like mandatory like here's the 5 mandatory.
As a new player, you are not exploding screens anyway.
Much more going.
Maybe like low level shit.
Better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having like all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just...
Yeah, monster's gonna explode you.
Every 5 minutes, you might...
You're gonna die to the first projectile that flies towards you, man, in a tier 17 map.
Reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does, like, interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And that
maybe you only use that occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know?
Yeah.
But it's like,
exactly.
you know, it's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable. And that situational stuff, I think, just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the mercenary as like this like prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools.
I like Monsters of the Rise a lot. It's a good game.
You're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But yeah, look, we might decide to bring that theme back.
Order food before the shops close, man. Jeez.
Especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure.
Checking right now,
I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. Like, you know, if you're looking to be able to, like, the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make, you're still adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are like less of a necessary thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like we absolutely will be.
My last meal was 8 hours ago. 7 hours ago. No, 8 hours ago.
You know, I actually don't know the number off the top of my head, but what I will say.
But I already hit my protein target, so I just need calories.
Like what the full game would have, we said 240. And I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than
that.
Yeah,
because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
100 of them or whatever are like some little utility skill or whatever, but there's even if you discount for those, it's
I know, no, that's a lot. I mean, because even
you got what, like,
because there's 20 to 25 for each of those for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. And so you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills.
I still have to walk my dog anyway, so I'm just gonna have a walk before I sleep.
So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them. And like
all staffs, wands, and
scepters
have a skill
exactly. Right? We're not even counting that, right? Like because the staffs, wands, and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like how many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
I mean.
Like if you add them all up,
I don't know who remembers all these things.
Yeah, I know, but there's no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
Countless skills.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
Tons. It's tons.
Yeah. And those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Cool. Order some food.
Yeah. That's wild, because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep, you can support default
Turkish mix skill. Good enough. Lamb, chicken.
That caught me by surprise. I was like, oh, wow.
Just lamb and chicken, actually.
Yep.
Lots of lamb and chicken.
You're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add, additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend. So like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now.
And
like,
rice.
I like that idea though. You can like create a custom.
I really like that place because they put the grilled meat on top of the rice, so like all the fat and the oil that soaks into it.
Part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent. More
Honestly,
able to, like,
it's not in our thing about
haven't even
stuff
thought
we're
about
thinking
it?
about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least.
Yeah.
But obviously, skin transfer in PoE 2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah,
that's
going to make people actually want to use it now.
So
I feel
you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the two trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics, in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that. Which is alleged to be the Trial Master. Then you
alleged.
Yeah. Then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. You don't like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame
exactly,
too.
Exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be.
I haven't looked at Super Vive. Tobi was asking me to play it though.
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons.
You said it was fun.
There'll be 3 trials that have various mechanics that.
Wait, what the fuck?
And then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of. I don't. We actually need a name for what are we calling? What are we calling the things that are icons on the?
Because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally.
Is it me?
We refer to them as like there are 4.
No, it's the stream again.
Leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we need to come up with a name for
probably
that.
have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then, you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. That one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through it. It's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
Yeah. It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder, and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those.
New Zealand internet.
So yeah, like apart from the trials, the in-game trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content, and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE 1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way, but I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them, and you can either do just all in on one for a while, or you can just do each of them as you come to them, and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character. Well, I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is of course for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree, I would say very much so, to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up, and we want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing, engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively, you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties.
That's fine. The voice is still
you
going.
will need to be able to, be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. It is part of that sort of story of all of that. Yeah, that's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in Period 1 a lot of the time, where it's you had to fuel it by going back to maps to,
right.
get your delve juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of but effectively, so long as you're doing the content that you that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Those hard, then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable by using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the
PO2 is free to play, yeah.
trees and the trees for distinct types
full
of
release is free to play.
Is about scaling the
Early access is $30.
Yeah.
Or less depending on your region.
And what does I saw on the breach notes it said increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, that will increase the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well, because they don't know how that scales.
I think it does depend on region. Because some people in my chat saying they have a $15 purchase for it instead of 30.
It is generally so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well.
Reinforced longbow. Holy, it has to be old.
Let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1...
Yeah, no official release date, only an estimate of 6 to 12 months or something.
Some rarity. Now also that, when I say rarity, also do note, rarity does increase the grade of items, not just...
I doubt it's going to be more Souls-like, dude. It's an action RPG game at its core.
No, not better oranges.
So your build, your stats, your items are going to matter more than anything else.
Yes.
But dodging attacks obviously helps.
When I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to...
I'll be playing early access,
to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and, maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool. A more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or Forbidden Flesh and Flame from Period 1. So a unique item that is ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels
I'm still alive,
There are
long stream today.
Modular and stuff,
like
and that
13
comes
hours
in
or
the
so.
last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty, so you can be getting these farming for these extremely good, powerful.
Time goes fast when you're having fun anyway. And today was a very interesting day.
You have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away, and
I need time to go faster anyway, because
decide, I've got these points.
December is the day or the month.
I want to go back and do this later, and so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think.
So if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later, and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So,
and I think that's a much better way than the.
It's gonna be a long stream tomorrow too. The day after, I can't stream in the morning. I got some appointments.
Use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to because we could have been.
They made respecing really easy in this. Apparently, you just pay gold.
Effectively, being a bit more vague about it, we can actually specifically.
You just individually click every single skill point you don't want. You just pay gold for it.
With more specific changes.
Yeah, this multiple projectile thing you shoot has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So just whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more for players to kind of discover experimentally there as they progress.
For sure.
In what ways they're getting harder, and that is going to be different for different players too, where a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being completable by the same build, or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain
So this is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently, is the harder you make, the harder this content for less builds will be considered viable by the players because effectively, like, a build's only viable if it can defeat, like, you know, the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4.
Oh fuck!
We have the ability. I mean, maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but
Right.
you know, I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here because what we'll see is, like, you know, if we find that, like, you know, there's only like some particularly abusive, like only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, then we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that because we don't have the crazy history. You know, PoE2 does not have the history of PoE1 to be able to, you know, to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss. Like, how do we even know that at this point, really, without, you know...
That being said, though, like, the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? Like, at the end of the day...
They're Souls-like!
The gear is, to some degree, necessary because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time. You know, so you do have that thing, and you do need to mitigate certain things. But like a lot of these are like very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure. But I would say it is very much a lot of skill is involved, especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like, I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, you know, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
You know, or another skill, like some sort of skill that helps you block,
or
shield block,
using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say, any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, oh, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that already.
Drawbacks to waiting out the beta?
Excellent. So this is very cute.
One annoying thing for not playing the beta will be that lots of strats will be figured out by the time you start playing. I don't know if you care about that.
What's the
you could just
kind of the idea here?
you could literally just ignore it, right, if you wanted to. But I find that in this current internet culture, lots of people don't do it.
In the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is.
But yeah, you'll definitely miss the discovery period if you care. If you don't care, then by all means just wait for the full product.
So, yeah, I'm just a really what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the Atlas, and it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE1, with that feeling of kind of, you know, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
So that's the feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve, and so that's, you know, kind of where this was coming from, and at the same time. It's sort of solving
even with balance changes. You know, there's just going to be like a baseline of skills that are just better than other skills. This is how it works.
Like this item drops and like that kind of thing. You know, like I guess in PoE1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE1 does, then effectively that's the only map people like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever. So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole like I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas we kind of get that we've got in PoE2, we get to kind of have both of the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You know, you feel like you're exploring. But because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to, you know, move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like the, you know, like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content, you know, can be added to it.
I'm going to shout out like all the external info. I'm going to try to play as much of my own knowledge as possible.
Desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for desert.
I think it's going to be so incredible just to figure out builds and working things.
We've both got controllability, but also, you know, the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where, like, for example, you get more variables where you just
one
have
of the Steam Deck.
Like
oh, dude, I wouldn't rely on it.
And you've got really
honestly,
good maps in that range. So, like,
a line in PoE is that are you even playing PoE if you have more than 5 frames?
You know, the range is effectively.
And I wouldn't be surprised if PoE2 has similar problems.
Say 350 monsters.
Too much shit happening on your screen.
Yeah.
At least in
the
late
range
game.
here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters. You know, much more drastic range. Now those numbers are arbitrary, but
It's a very demanding
the
game.
representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, you know, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this into, and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so
did we?
then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many, many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's important, right? I mean, like, that's part of the PoE experience. But, yeah, for 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player?
Too
though,
complicated? Again, this is all late game stuff. You don't need to know any of this until you've spent 30, 40, 50, maybe 60 hours into the game.
Towers are where you go to like see areas around.
They're talking about things
the structure of
you are not even gonna see until you've gotten so much experience into the game.
You can certainly
and then at some point it's going to come natural to you.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, like choosing what you want is.
I really find that a lot of people just watch streamers play the game and think the game is too complicated.
You see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that
because you're watching people that have so many hours in the game, tens of thousands, and everything just becomes natural to them because they've done it so many times. And you're probably on like your 10th hour, maybe even.
The fog kind of in 3D.
Like just chill, man, chill. Take in the game slowly, and everything will be dajobu.
Away from where the thing is, so that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be by the end of someone's league quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah,
that's a pretty annoying part of online gaming these days, where failing is being ridiculed.
And one that goes to some of the special.
Especially when you play games like Dota and stuff like that, where you make one mistake and you get fucking hell raining down on you.
100%. So that is something we will be working on.
Failure should really be way more accepted. It is very normal to fail.
So Waystones have a tier, but they don't have.
It's okay not to be perfect.
Which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of
impact
does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah. So have you thought about like what sort of economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole
say it to Asian parents. Yeah, well,
I mean, now you're
take that to Asian parents' kids and the suicide rate in countries like Korea and Japan and China.
Content. You're hunting,
see how much it helps them.
The warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You're hunting unique maps. Very different thing for sure.
Let people fail.
It's
a normal part of life.
The item is all about, I've just got a key. I just want good modifiers. There's not really all that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual.
Let them fail in peace.
But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You're not instantly like finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. Like Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little
So
weird.
we wanted to start with to actually like at least, I mean, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're
on the planet. That's like a good thing. We have become a sci-fi crazy, but you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes. Well, even then we were saying like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, actually, how many moons are we? Don't. Anyway, there's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming. All right. So we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps,
Yes.
and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. There'll be like a
good.
marker just so you know.
I was worried
but
about that.
honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that if you generally speaking you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one those have good drops and effectively. The only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally
Thing
get
ordered
some slightly
food.
weird degenerate layout
Didn't
where
think
you're
this
on the
goes so
side
well.
but you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. So you feel like you're reverse painting the
100
map a little
gigs?
bit.
Oh, jeez, dude.
Yeah, it can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes
160
from one
gig for
color to another,
Stalker,
and you're
100
like,
gigs
this
for
is
this.
fun. I'm like,
But the-
Games are getting so
ultimately,
big,
what we wanted
man.
to do is, we wanted boss combat and
Fucking
PvP
hell.
to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it
it's
that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it because there's bosses there. Like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play is one, because obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring
A
around.
few more years, we're gonna have 1 terabyte games.
Yeah, exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. That actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, I know. Right, you mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design while I was looking?
Not yet.
Josh was like, wait, stop. It's too much.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like,
yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can.
You get a lot of points
I'll
for
be
the
playing
core
PoE 2
tree.
when
There's
it's
a core
out.
tree that affects all mapping.
I don't know if we can go
that
back to a game like
pack
PoE
size
1 after you played
quantity,
2.
and you've got multiple keystones that
It's like-
all can work together and all can.
The
so if
quality
there's
of
3 them,
life and the
One
movement.
plays on like corrupted maps.
It just
one
makes
plays
it so
on,
annoying to go back
prefixes
to
and
games like that,
suffixes,
no?
and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you.
It's like playing
obviously
Dark
get that
Souls
core
1 after
tree,
playing
and then
Dark
you
Souls
have,
3
a boss
or
tree,
Elden
and then
Ring,
obviously
it's
different
just
league and
it's such
pinnacle
a step
content trees.
backwards.
So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has a you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete.
I'm nowhere
X
near
maps
finishing
in one,
Stalker.
But
I'm in
but
chapter
it's
2 out
certain
of
tiers.
God knows how
yeah,
many.
but
It
at
looks
least
like
tier 1, at
15
least tier
chapters
2,
or
at least
something.
The
tier
tier
3.
climb effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points
And
for
then
the Atlas.
at like maybe say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses get
it
generated.
sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content. I'm
but
just
it
doing
is,
good
but
content.
it
I'll
is
do.
kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I just
Yeah.
need to meet these
Well, you've
objectives, and
definitely got a lot
and
of
I'm getting
progression.
and from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on
And you can always put
ritual.
a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah,
It's
like
not
they can have
that's-
all. You can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of
I'm
like a
not doing
distinct
24-hour
thing
streams.
from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking, like
They'll be like similar
Yeah,
versions
they're
of it.
basically the
They're
same.
pretty
but
similar,
They're pretty
yeah.
similar.
So
but
there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 in 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent. So I think that covers did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the
Yeah.
strong boxes and essences and
Yeah,
things
yeah.
like
So
that. coming back as
initially
well.
we actually. Had
I'm
a design where
scared for
everything,
Karn's life on
like, even all the
PoE2
small
release,
content,
dude.
There was still going to be icons for it. On
Is
the
he gonna
screen,
survive?
Yeah.
But we actually found that
That fucking idiot is gonna stream like 80 hours or some
There was
shit.
something random to find, so we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that
Yeah.
like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just like I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
Is that sort of stuff on the core Atlas tree at all? Yeah, so you can kind of like see more of that if you want to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well.
I do hope he sleeps, yeah.
Waystones.
Yeah, cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
these aren't really
internally,
called maps anymore.
we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because, that's the PoE one connection.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and like doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc., that we can use as a baseline. We've got way
No
better,
blight.
consistent
Good.
direction
Fuck
on
blights.
what's going on there. Heaps of stuff.
I said
new
it. Fuck
animation,
blight, man.
and the capacities are
Hope they
just
never
like
bring
out of
it back.
control. But then you've got Incursion. We've got awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
Nah, you're not just going to have a floating roof. The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
Well,
standing and then
mistakes
the
were
Roomba.
made. Now we have minimum. That's a world
Minimum
where you had
vacuum
super
cleaners?
uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them, as opposed to just like, I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider, You can just get way more epic and way more involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
A Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that. It'd be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got, there's stuff coming along. It's just a question of like, when we actually get there, what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit, because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE 1.
Yeah.
That you like just the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing cemented in your mind of like this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way like removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
You can craft relics. Which
yes, and the reason why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. You know, there's so many more types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item as well.
Exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And
I'm gonna do melee build. Yeah, I'm going flicker. So
an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that.
So I'm gonna die a lot, and my build's probably gonna suck.
Of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something.
How is Flicker not melee?
Reforging and meta crafting.
Flicker is the most melee of all melee. You're standing right in front of your enemy.
But that stuff is higher up. Like that's kind of more.
Quotations melee is like Bone Shatter that Karn plays, where you slam the whole fucking screen.
About it after each time, like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
I'm going to use WSD.
There's stuff to do there, and like the meta crafting that omens can do is also very interesting. Like there's some pretty powerful stuff there. But once again, we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to, I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels. Like make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff while having the more.
PO2 is WSD if you wanted to. Yeah, you can choose.
At one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the stuff to play. I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say, honestly, in the last month, we have, like, over, like, 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, you know, and... You know, there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff because, again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there. But we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find very good.
I think people stop doing that once trading happens.
You know, that process is...
You know, just getting currency to buy the stuff they want.
Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often.
Yeah, I was gonna do Mercenary class first, but then I saw the Witch with the summons, and then I saw the fucking Marauder with the melee shield, and then I saw the Monk with the Flicker Strike, and then I saw the fucking Deadeye with the Lightning Arrow. You know, it's like, how do you really choose? So I'm just gonna play them all.
I crafted it up to 6 property rare, and I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll in it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods, and I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was
There's Auction House. They already showed it in the trailer earlier. It's the same one actually from PoE1. It was literally just beta. They were just testing it there.
Blue items were good
it's so fucking cool.
Rare, so that I could then put my exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they are farmable.
So they are farmable.
I'm not playing the new WoW server. No cares.
Completely intentional. We want to make sure that, like, if you don't have enough of those, like, so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep, like, I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant this stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, you know, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to salvage it.
I surprised them with my my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, you know, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to, you know, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easy to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving.
You can play PoE2 if you've never played the first one yet.
That come up with your
they even made it easier. They have like in-game guides and stuff like that for some of your setups.
We went through so many.
So you'll be completely fine, man.
Stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were
just need like basic knowledge in RPG games, and you'll be good.
Players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy, or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be.
I'm
Like, you
12
can
hours
tell that
tomorrow.
means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. Then at some point we actually the
Maybe
socket
not
stuff
12.
originally came from
Have to be off by
Valve,
9 or
like, it was
something.
designed there.
Yeah.
And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it. I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just
Rishi.
Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy,
The
everyone's
whole
happy.
more and increased modifiers is kind of dumb anyway. They should just show you the final number so that's immediately obvious, you know?
That I think was a real win.
They just need to know that there are two separate multipliers.
I love how
There's
that
nothing more
system
to it.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving two things kind of in its way.
Just calling it
which
more
was,
and increase sounds so
maybe
random.
three. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something.
Because if you don't realize what they mean, then they could just mean the same thing, right?
Like, I need a bit more fire resistance.
10% more
And the third
damage,
thing was,
10% increased damage. You just be like,
so
oh,
you've handled
additive,
those
like
each
whatever.
in different ways.
Exactly,
You've got the runes, which do the first two things, the customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think for the customization, it's the
You didn't know there were two different things? Why no live? They're not different things.
Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need
But,
to fix
you know,
resistances, whereas
in
the soul
theory
cores
they
more
are.
about, like,
You
I
need to
wanna
know the
customize
exact
items in
context.
different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then, of course, you got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem.
Yeah.
So we effectively
And
moved all that stuff
essences
around.
as
And
well,
essences,
I
of course,
feel,
yes,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
So, essence is
No,
what they
people
allow you to do
definitely
is get
understand additive
predetermined
versus
mods.
multiplicative scaling.
So
I
you
don't
can
think that's the
upgrade to,
problem. It's
blue
just
and
like
you
the
can also
wording
upgrade
doesn't
from
allow
blue
you to think whether it is at all.
rare, with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff. And then plus some of the
The
omen
same thing for
things,
me. I was
yeah,
looking at it,
there's
it's like
stuff you can do there.
Berserker was like, oh, you do 40% more damage. Like, what the
so I
fuck
think
is this? Like, what's the point?
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of
You're gonna
course, as we
feed more
add
stuff into that,
more
yeah.
things, So yeah.
So I was worried that some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the like deep impactful crafting that we have, but it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting
For sure.
and the ability to make like a really good item.
For sure.
But you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the dead ends
yeah,
when that
effectively. So
happens.
like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like as far as item drops go, that like it feels intentional, right? Like I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. Like that kind of thing is really cool. So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency.
Even
rather
things
than
like
just,
that, the increase and reduction projectile
that means we
speeds.
don't have to have,
I
like,
think
the
as long as
spam
they
of items that's,
show
like, crazy, like you actually
the
feel
end
like,
result somewhere of the whole, the math equation of damage
a boss and
outputs,
it drops good
it'll be
shit.
very easy to learn.
As opposed to just lots
Like
of
one of the
shit.
things that it's so difficult is that they don't
that's
show
the,
you properly, so it's so hard to
that's-
say
I'm a big
like
fan of how this feels.
what
I
does
think it's a lot
30%
better.
more damage
But it
really
does
mean in
mean,
this
though, of
case,
course,
you
if you're a
know?
Tier 1
Because it's
player
going to be
and you
30% more
see, a
additive
boss
from the
kill,
10,000
like,
other
the number
damage
of,
choices
like,
you
the
have.
expectation of like because a Tier
It
1
is
player
more like a
sees, like,
5% damage
looks
increase
at
or
the amount of spam on the
10%, even though it
screen,
says 30.
to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything.
We
kind
have
of improve
quantity
that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about like are the items actually good? Like ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. Like that is that to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting it at that point.
But maybe it's not an easy thing to solve. I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways. Where like a
the more
player
you
is
explore,
struggling.
the more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well.
Yeah.
If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop and. And you will definitely find more things. And
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there,
Exactly.
and like, certain like that. This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again.
Yeah.
And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff. And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that
fucking
don't do
ego,
that? Like,
man.
if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss
Yeah,
like,
see?
10 times, I'm not just going to like just
Oh
continue
my
doing that. I'm going to be, oh, maybe
God.
I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that, you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map.
Yeah.
And that means that, if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just going to go do some other stuff. And then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily because you do absolutely find the rewarding things. That
There's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
says
Well,
that
there's
there.
lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly.
Yeah.
But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there, and I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit, but also, just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find, and I think we figured out that some of that stuff reveals.
This game has a lot of recommended builds, my man.
It's either there's a few.
There's more recommended builds in this game
about an area, in which case
than most
it just
games have
happens to be
builds.
revealed. Or at the very
Like, it's an
least, yes,
absurd
when
amount.
You get there, generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. Kind of
Most of them are dog
like,
shit.
a lot of
Nah,
people
they're
just skip
aight,
through the
man.
dialogue,
They'll
so
get
don't
you
even
through
know
the
that
game
you told
easily.
them, but they
I
maybe
was
did.
checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But like,
interesting
you
I
never
missed.
get to an area and don't see some unless they are like very obviously hidden intentional secrets.
Yeah.
That
There's nearly
they
something
might
everywhere.
they might be there, they might not.
Yes,
be.
I found
That's-
half of your key for your secret quest.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
So pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment.
It's never too late to
recently,
optimize
got a chance to
optimize
actually
builds now.
try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Yeah, definitely for us as well.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
solved a lot.
In
Like,
fact,
we're
I find that
100% on
I'm
board with
continuously
that.
improving my builds as I play all the
It's
time
least stressful league I ever played.
on any builds.
I mean, what normally caused almost all
Literally
the
my
anger and
favorite.
friction for me was
yes,
especially bulk trading. It
Incredible.
was horrible, and I
So
was just
good.
like, oh, this is like a dream come
PoE2
true.
has Flicker Strike, yeah.
so many
It's
other
on the
players, I feel
monk
like we're
or
more
the
engaged
staff
in
weapon
endgame,
at
we were
least.
able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. It's good. So, do you take? that
I'm
then
not
as,
playing
like,
any games after this, dude. I'm fucking
as a big
spent. I already
positive for
spent
going into Path of
like
Exile
13 or
2,
14 hours streaming
and
today.
How do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and like how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exalted?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause like horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like
Class
that.
I like the most.
I guess
I don't know, dudes.
Part
I
of
was
this is what
looking
a-
at
what
like
an early
all of
access
them,
is to find
and
out, right?
I want to play everything all at once, but
Is there any,
I only have like one
is there any surprises
body,
that all
so
rolled in terms of how things
I
panned out?
fucking can't.
Thankfully not, honestly. Like we were worried, but thankfully none of the like horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea. We just had to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago,
it's
we're
funny,
like,
but it's
this
funny.
game's brilliant. It has
Yeah,
all
yeah,
the
yeah.
gold,
Just for the
stupid
Flicker
gold.
Strike
Thing
builds.
is, I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So
Yeah.
I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the paths we weave. How likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to like other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like the currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that like fixed a lot of the like it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't. But I still want to experiment with it potentially. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying drains.
Yeah,
most
they
of
were
the time.
for sure. They were.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. So we've had some. So this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean,
Solo
this is a tricky
self-found.
question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to accelerates you very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And like we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well,
like
I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that like it is a game about economy and trade,
100%.
and for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE 1 in that regard.
Yeah.
And I think that's what that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's that said though? Do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on gear, as opposed to save till end game for one, and then by end game, like we don't have Kirak mods costing, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm
know where to
get
them
it
as well,
right? So you're not just like having to, I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly, beyond trivial. So, there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But, each to their own, that to be seen, and,
And there'll be a separate solo self-found mode, presumably, even potentially beta launch?
They should really have an
it is our intention to have hardcore and solo
upgraded
self-found.
loot table one.
Cool. Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually,
And you're like,
hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back to solo.
You back to solo?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
great.
that's
Good. That's good. Good to know. It's like you have
it's a different loot table. Just everything up.
Right.
It makes so much more sense, so you can actually finish builds while still playing solo self-found.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment.
Like, I don't want to play 500 hours to finish my build, Just let me do it in in 80 intensive hours. Good enough.
We mentioned the co-op support and everything. And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. So, will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules
now
that we have, because I know you've changed them recently.
So, bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls, things like obviously more life, and I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard, or more than N players as hard. So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
it's pretty hard to pull off.
More than double HP.
Another
Fair
change
player,
is,
yo.
of course, for each revive.
Don't be a fucking
between
anchor.
Each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets, so like you're back to normal
now,
again.
in endgame maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was going
And
to
then-
ask actually about like endgame maps and
Oh, I fully said.
what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals, so you can have your party members, but
Well,
death.
and you can leave and come back as
Yeah,
long
yeah.
as you don't
Okay.
die.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can take items out, but
Oh,
a death will end that map for you.
Yeah. And to remind people, if you like log out or the server crashes or something like, not that that's going to happen, then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in,
say
you'll be
before
filling
it
the map,
ended.
right?
Wow.
And also, even
Good thing I
we also
ordered
now have
before.
it so that if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day,
An open door again.
because for example you might have rage quit, you will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now kind of the situation where you log back in and you're like, oh, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay, and you just kind of jump back in and have another crack.
So effectively like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving, well, obviously in hardcore you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there, where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here, where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value,
Well, I got a mixed go of lamb and chicken.
A map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line. And then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Yeah. Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing. And so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire or if the server crashes or something that you just paused and you can jump back in as well. You're failing because of your own faults.
Yep.
In
Now,
PoE
it's worth noting in multiplayer, we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option.
It's kind of cool. They focus more on multiplayer in this.
You don't want to die. You don't want to finish.
People
the
really
fight
underestimate
out. You can both choose to
the
respawn
multiplayer
at
part of
checkpoints and
PoE1
then just
even.
create a new instance.
It's really
you
fun.
You don't have to die to do it. And you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just.
I always played multiplayer. I enjoyed so much just playing it through with like even new players and my brother and random friends in here and
I
there.
don't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit.
Even something as simple as synergizing, you know, one guy casts curse with slightly better curse build and another guy does more DPS or whatever.
Around the office of like
here he is multiplayer, yes. Believe it or not.
To that. But it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
It's definitely zoomy for multiplayer, but not the early game at least.
There was a time where every time I go to sit down at a developer's computer, there'd be in WSD. And
I just think a lot of people, they care too much about efficiency.
But lately, I'd say.
So this means zoom.
Almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play, they're back and click to move.
Interesting.
Yep. It's gone.
But it's pretty fun if you don't care about efficiency, just play to play.
I wonder why that is.
But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
he's a click to move player, yeah.
He's 100% click to move. He is
there.
very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it, like,
that'll be reassuring for I think some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD, even though it is obviously playing so well by all accounts. That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations
Yes.
for your live
Yes.
things too,
Yes.
so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually.
Yeah.
I'll tell him to.
It does feel very good on the Mercenary.
Yeah,
You get
yeah.
that kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational
Yeah,
tactical
yeah.
play style.
Yeah,
It's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about the skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean,
I'm feeling
it's
the
a
physical
while. We're
fatigue
getting
creep in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. we've been rolling. Yeah.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards.
Of course, there's going to be achievements.
Not at first, no.
Oh my god.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
I think not initially, but we will do it later for sure.
Cool.
I think I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it. Like
I can't exactly remember either, but it wouldn't be private leagues in particular wouldn't be far away.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they've been kind of replaced by those?
Yeah,
radius?
we replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the jewels accomplish the kind of off-build thing anyway.
You
Like,
hardly need to add the extra passive trees on your passive trees.
yes,
yet.
yes, we do. Yeah,
That's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so
The cluster jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
Yeah. We got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we start worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Jeez.
You go, just start thinking about
give
that.
us a little while.
We so I guess to just finish us off for today then, do you guys have a recommendation of what is the best class to play in the beta?
I mean, that's a very hard one. Honestly, like
There's so many choices now.
There are. So let me. Well, okay. If we're going by the numbers, if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, we break it down from the betas.
I mean, this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often.
Oh,
also the class
it's
that
the
when people play
flicker
it, they have
strike.
the highest satisfaction
That's
level by a very,
fascinating.
very tiny margin.
Oh,
compared to
fuck,
the others.
dude.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it is like glass cannon, like it's very fast, but you have to,
Yeah.
you have to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class.
I don't know.
really cool.
I've been loving the mercenary, but to me it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more
Maybe.
tactical.
Maybe,
and
I don't know. Like
considered.
I like it. I
don't have that
really
ability
like
to
that.
correct if you
But
make a mistake.
honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
So it's just whatever
Nice.
whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So yeah, right now I'm doing a mercenary playthrough, so that's probably why I'm into that. But yeah. It's, I'm not sure if you've got a similar thing.
No, you were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that monk and then warrior had the highest
Yes,
satisfaction levels.
Warrior's
and I was
next,
like,
by the way, technically, if you're looking for...
that's pretty good. That's
Yeah, yeah.
2 melee classes.
Exactly,
as well.
exactly.
That's a win.
Yeah,
You know, that's something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time, but
It's such a change from like, especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, it's gotten a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean,
melee.
I just have a like real desire to freeze time, so I just want to be sorceress and just go. I don't know what
It's good
skills
to get some
I'll play.
sorceress love. I feel like she's not getting enough
I
attention.
don't know what I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So
Yeah.
it just feels cool.
right. So you could be playing a crossbow build anyway.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, all right. I liked that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full grenader. You were
I was doing
combo.
the freeze shotgun.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
I know what. Some sort of monk trigger build, obviously. It's always just going to be fun to play around
they have so
with
many of
and,
those like stacking effects, the wind and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancies showed some more as well. Oof.
Just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for your time, both of
you.
you. For I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock here, so
there's still,
you know,
there's still lots to talk about, but I think we just need some time to digest.
For sure.
1 o'clock for them?
So, well, thankfully we didn't have
It's
everyone
1
saying
o'clock for
patch
me.
notes when this time.
So good.
So that means
So
we can actually
good.
have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us to like wrap
you know,
it up,
yeah, yeah,
boys.
exactly. So you know, that's good.
Fantastic. All right, thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Q&A. That's a good idea.
They want patch notes now.
Oh, patch notes.
Well done.
It's not a patch.
Thank you.
It's a launch.
Exactly,
You can't have patch.
exactly.
Where's the
There's
launch
some
notes?
really funny overlaps between PoE and Dota communities.
Yeah, and,
The fucking patch
Thanks,
notes
Alex.
demanders,
Appreciate
man.
it. It's been an epic journey. It's kind of surreal. And it's only the start of another journey, really. So
That's it.
yeah,
Can't wait to play.
it's cool.
I mean, I'm going to go play more now, but
Yeah, it's true.
Hey, this fucker has a key?
I got to go fix bosses going up elevators.
I thought he played at the studio, on, like when they showcased the game.
I'm just pre-bug testing. So. I assume we're
This fucking guy.
cut.
Hopefully.
You never know.
Oh, I am done, so guys. I'm super tired. Thank you, Kappa9 for the 10. Nito3103, thank you for the Prime User Spot, thank you for the 23. Anuvel, thank you for the 10. X-Slush, thank you for the 90. MLN, thank you for the 65. A Hairshot of Purpose, thank you for the 27. And the Kokas, thank you for the 13. Amila, thank you for the 50. And Bing Bongabing, thank you for the 76. Man, done for the day. Good night. See you all tomorrow morning. Gonna be playing more stuff.